never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are multiple reports that the White House is considering an offensive strike against the nation of Iran.
The reports come after President Trump said he wanted an unconditional surrender from Iran. There's growing speculation whether the U.S. will enter the conflict offensively on behalf of Israel and take out Iran's remaining underground nuclear facilities. Israel has dealt a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program, but lacks the technology to reach those sites buried beneath layers of mountain. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are looking to limit the U.S. involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict.
Democratic Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation that aims to limit President Trump's war powers. It would keep the president from being able to use military force in Iran without congressional approval. Meanwhile, Republican Congressman Thomas Massey introduced his Iran war powers resolution. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The State Department is warning Americans about travel to Europe as anti-tourism activists have taken to the streets.
Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home!
Travelers are being urged to exercise caution with demonstrations heating up in Spain. Locals marched through the capital recently and used water guns on tourists. They're angry about what they see as over-tourism and the sharp rise of the local cost of living. The U.S. Embassy in Spain notes there are additional protests related to the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Brian Shook.
A federal judge says the government cannot enforce President Trump's order that Americans have to put their birth gender on passports.
The judge ruled that anyone who applies for a new passport can choose the gender they identify with or select X on the application form. The decision comes after a lawsuit filed by a group of transgender and non-binary plaintiffs along with the ACLU. The judge said that the government failed to give a rationale for the policy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Criminal charges against New York City Comptroller Brad Lander are being dropped after he was arrested at immigration court yesterday.
Lander was detained by ICE while escorting a migrant out of immigration court, with Homeland Security officials alleging Lander assaulted ICE officers, which he denies. New Yorkers weighing in on whether or not it's a publicity stunt.
That's the first thing I thought, but then I heard that he's been doing it.
I think it's political.
To the same time, he gets released in, I heard 3 hours, something like that. So, everything is fishy.
Lander is among several candidates vying to be New York City's next mayor, with the Department of Homeland Security saying it's wrong for politicians seeking higher office to undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The NYPD is identifying the suspect who allegedly torched 11 police cars in Brooklyn last week.
They're looking for 20-year-old Jackie Lodgson McCrae and have released video of him in connection with an arson last Thursday, 2 blocks from a Bushwick police station. The NYPD says Lodgson McCrae scaled a gate to get to the cop cars in a parking lot near Central and DeKalb Avenues, covering the vehicles with fire starters. They're asking the public for help in finding him, saying he was wearing a gray sweater, green pants, and a blue face mask. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with little change to stocks.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 44 points. The S&P 500 lost 1 point. The Nasdaq gained 25 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain,
All right, here we go. Ready or not, looks like we hit the midnight hour on the East Coast. You know what that means? It's a brand new day. All right, we head down the back half of another work week as we will make our way into a Thursday. Or you could say Friday Eve, right? That is correct. And we turn the page on the calendar. 19th day of June coming on here. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. There's still some light rain outside the secret bunker. You had some rather rambunctious thunderstorms several hours ago. You woke up to the loss of power and the rumbles of thunder. I guess it was about 8 o'clock in the evening. Things broke up for a bit. Now we had another round of rain that's been pushing through for the past hour or so. Should be winding down in this area, southwest Ohio. But there are still some additional showers, a few rumbles of thunder stacked up back into portions of Illinois. If those hold together, they do say we may see a little more rain early there on a Thursday morning. But tonight, the heavier storms. Some of these packing a punch. Strong straight line winds. We're talking like 60 miles per hour. Western Pennsylvania. You've got a line of thunderstorms prompting, again, those severe thunderstorm warnings. Rolling right into the Pittsburgh area at this hour. So get ready to batten down the hatches, right? Further south, eastern Kentucky, still seeing some of those stronger storms tonight. Well, the trend, as we've been talking for days, via the traveler's weather. Rounds of severe thunderstorms will continue ahead of and on the northern edge of what's going to be this big-time dome of heat into the weekend and over the central and eastern USA. Forecasters at AccuWeather tell us the likelihood of severe weather includes the potential for a few tornadoes to develop in the stronger storms. But there's going to be lots of moisture in the air, very high humidity. And some of those tornadoes could be obscured. Low clouds wrapped in rain. Same storm system's going to shift to the Appalachians and the eastern seaboard Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. So for the day ahead, Thursday's likelihood of severe weather extends from parts of eastern Quebec and northwestern Maine to South Carolina's Midlands and parts of northern Georgia. For some along the I-95 mid-Atlantic from New York City to Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. This could be the second or third day in a row with stronger storms. But today's storms could be the strongest of the series. Within that zone, there will be a greater concentration of severe weather from southeastern Quebec near Montreal all the way down to central North Carolina. Maybe the greatest chance of storms producing tornadoes will be from eastern Pennsylvania up into parts of northern New England. Further west, a new crop of severe thunderstorm forecast to develop over parts of the northern plains in the upper Midwest. The main threat from the Thursday storms over the upper Midwest will be hail, high winds, torrential downpours as we look to Friday as the heat really begins to surge over much of the middle of the USA. More potent thunderstorms are forecast to erupt along the northern rim of that pressure dome, the high pressure there. So that means that's going to be a sector from eastern North Dakota, northern portions of Michigan. The potential for high winds, hail, flash flooding cannot rule out a couple tornadoes. But the thing everybody's talking about is the heat dome. More storms are going to run along the northern edge across the upper Midwest, parts of the Northeast, and the adjacent areas of southern Canada this weekend. Should large, strong complexes of storms develop, there is the potential for a long-lived damaging wind event, a.k.a. a derecho. In lieu of any derecho, that thunderstorm complex that rolls over the top of the heat dome then southward just off the Atlantic coast. It has the potential to slowly develop into maybe a tropical rainstorm off the Carolina coast toward the end of the month. We'll be watching for that. Meanwhile, yes, more on the forthcoming heat. Areas out west have been blistering hot. Matter of fact, Phoenix, Arizona, you were cooking. It was 117 degrees actual air temperature. Not a lot of moisture or humidity. It's the dry heat. Felt like 118 degrees this past day. We still have heat advisories and extreme heat warnings down toward the Four Corners region, continuing into Thursday here. Nevada, Utah, Arizona, of course, in the heat. We begin to look further to the east. We have extreme heat watches in place now, stretching from Nebraska, eastern portions of the Dakotas, much of Minnesota, western portions of Wisconsin, the entirety of Iowa. And we'll probably see more of those advisories, heat watches becoming excessive heat warnings over the next several days. Things out west first, you'll cool off areas west of the Rockies. Meanwhile, the sweltering heat shifting off to the east, gripping the center of the country from Friday through Sunday. To finish up the week, temperatures could challenge daily records from the central Rockies to the plains and the Midwest. Temperature's going to be climbing into the upper 90s, lower 100s, a good 10 to 20 degrees above average for the second half of June here. The magnitude and longevity of the heat wave going to be kind of a shock to the system. AccuWeather says some 170 million people will experience temperatures at or above 90 degrees during the building heat wave into next week. Denver, at least 4-day stretch with highs in the 90s or greater starting today, Thursday through Sunday, including a couple days where you'll be above the century mark Friday and Saturday. Detroit, where you have not hit 90 degrees yet this year, you'll have a stretch of maybe 7 days at or above 90 starting on Saturday, so nearly an entire week. We'll be talking about the heat there in the Detroit area. June 23rd to June 25, dangerous heat focused on the northeastern portions of the country. Widespread highs in the 90s, some areas approaching or exceeding 100. Obviously, a big-time surge in demand for cooling. The effects of the heat dome in the central and eastern states, somewhat limited because where you've seen plenty of rain, the evaporation process will hold temperatures down a few degrees. Washington, D.C., where you've seen only 2 consecutive days with highs in the 90s so far this year, you as well may be looking at a stretch of 7 consecutive days with 90 or greater starting Sunday. Looking toward Monday, New York City, you'll look at 5 consecutive days, highs of 90 or greater. The heat dome will be kind of challenged from the south, west, and north later next week. Clouds, showers, and thunderstorms return. But there's a pocket in the mid-Atlantic region that could avoid the moisture and the downturn in temperatures for a rather extended period of time. Of course, summer arriving officially Friday, right? Summer's a prime time for a lot of outdoor activities. When the sun is scorching, it can be dangerous. Bring your pets indoors from the heat. Make sure they have plenty of water. Avoid walking your dogs during the heat of the day. The pavement can actually burn their paws. As a general rule, if you can't hold your hand on the pavement without getting scalded, it's too hot for the pads on your puppy. Choose a grassy area instead. Obviously, the heat's going to make pools, beach locations very, very busy. Summertime, almost here. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Let me quickly say good morning to Joe. Checking in. How are you, Joe?
Oh, hey, Steve. I'm doing pretty good, and you?
Doing well, thank you. Ready for summertime?
Not too much.
Not really?
I'm not a huge fan of the heat.
Oh, boy.
Like you were saying earlier, it's going to be in the 90s
Yeah.
this coming week, so it's not very exciting for me. So how was your Father's Day?
Oh, I had a good Father's Day. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, me and my dad went golfing, so we had a pretty good day together.
Did you beat Dad?
Oh, I don't golf. I just like to drive the golf cart.
Oh, so you drive the cart and Dad plays golf.
Yeah, and he was playing with his friends, so that was, a pretty fun time. It was nice weather, nice in the 70s, and so, yeah.
That's cool.
But I wanted to say real quick that, well, I guess it's technically yesterday, but it was Autism Pride Day, which is basically, people on the spectrum celebrating their pride. So I thought that was a pretty cool thing that, that we got to celebrate and we got to share our pride. So thanks again for having me on the show, Steve, and God bless. Thanks.
All right, Autism Pride Day. I wasn't familiar with that one. All right, thanks for checking in, Joe. He's not a big fan of the heat. Hey, we'll see who else is checking in coming up at 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Let me start out with a special shout out and a congratulations to our very own Kyle Fisher. Word coming down this past day that Kyle has been elected to the SEMA Association's MPMC Select Committee. Yeah, we've all heard of the big SEMA show, but yeah, SEMA, which is short for Specialty Equipment Market Association. So everybody was kind of congratulating Kyle's dedication to the performance aftermarket. Directly from Hot Shot Secret, we're proud to see him take on a role that helps shape the future of this industry. Excited to see the impact you'll make. So congratulations to Kyle. I'm not really sure. We'll have to get him on here so we can explain what the MPMC Select Committee, what do they actually do? There you go. Meanwhile, good morning to Gary, first out of the box. Maybe Philly Dad has a night off, or maybe he'll be a little late to the party. Hello, Pappy Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour on the eve of Friday. Rain, go away. Come back another day. Southwest Ohio got hit pretty hard. A lot of trees down, wires down, poles down, transformers on fire. We had a lot of that going on earlier. Most of which is cleared up now. Still a little bit of lingering rain. Yes, indeed. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, break out the rain gear and heat up that cup of joe. Let's get the party started. I did see a little bit further north of us there, up toward Dayton. They had a major, I guess one of those high transmission power lines that had come down across the interstate, had shut down Interstate 75 in both directions, right up toward the I-75, I-70 interchange earlier this evening. So, we had a lot of lightning, some pretty strong winds. All right, who else on board? Hello, Marianne. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe, drivers. There's Steve, Tank in the house. 81 here in Hesperia, California. Steve, it was 119 degrees when we came through Needles, California this past day. We're headed back east now toward western Tennessee after I stop up here in Barstow and get this nasty truck-a-bath. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. 119 degrees, not a place where you want to have issues with your AC in the truck, right? Hello to the Iron Duck. Roll call, truckers. Currently riding through West Virginia, headed to Raleigh from the Windy City. Keep the rubber side down. All right, good to have you with us. There's Jerry. Good morning. Hope you're safe, moving up and down the highways. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for sponsoring the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Praying for everyone that may need a prayer for comfort and recovery. As always, tell them you love them every chance you get. You never know what may happen. All right, Eskimo Mom, I guess, are you kicking off your week? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve to most, but for me, bah humbug. Summer begins Friday. Just over, well, no, it's not 2 days till Independence Day. Typo. 189 days till Christmas, though. Going on 5 hours, 20 minutes or so without power here after that line of storms rolled through here in western Ohio. Yeah, we did lose power, but it was relatively brief. I don't know, just a few minutes here. So 5 hours, that sucks. 70,000 in the Miami Valley alone without power at the peak of this storm. Yeah, there she, as I just mentioned, 75 was shut down after a major power line came down across the interstate there. Now, since I'm without power and didn't want to leave my husband by himself, especially since he has some health issues, I called off this evening. AES Ohio is estimating our power to be restored about 4:30 a.m. We are 68 degrees, rain beginning to move out from the home 20. All right, be safe out there. So Eskimo Mom and a night off. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Happy 69th birthday to Ken Kakamais out of Belvedere, Illinois. If you show up tonight, you old Buster Bound driver and ex-car hauler, when are you ever going to retire? All right, hope I said the name right there, but yeah, happy birthday there, 69. There's another mile marker. Gilligan on board. Good morning as we roll into a Thursday. Hello, Steve, the overnight listeners. I'm driving under the stars in Christiansburg, Virginia at this hour. A very warm 75 degrees tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Couple of others. Let me see here. Who else? Tank asking a question. Steve, do you remember the driver's name that was injured in the truck accident in Louisville? You said they had a GoFundMe set up for him. I don't recall the name, but I do know that that story I had shared, it was on CDL Life. I'll see if I can pull that back up for you. CDL Life is the website. be in the archive news from earlier this week there. That's the guy that was kind of dangling over the overpass, trucks on fire. I'm not sure how far the drop was, when he had to actually jump from the burning truck. But, of course, broken ankle, broken foot, broken leg. The impact was pretty significant there. Hello from Bob in Michigan this morning. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 67 degrees at this hour. Question: is the nuclear option the only way to Iran's surrender? Well, let's hope that's not the route it goes. But speaking of which, we'll give you all the latest developments. More and more talk about the United States possibly getting involved, and based on developments we're seeing in Israel, just everything kind of is leading in that direction. We'll fill you in. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 75 degrees under starlit skies, Evansville, Indiana. Tonight, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed back the opposite direction from 24 hours ago. This time with another load of high-quality bluegrass heifers headed west for South Dakota at a high rate of speed. Hey, a special final hour shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Hoosier.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are multiple reports that the White House is considering an offensive strike against the nation of Iran.
The reports come after President Trump said he wanted an unconditional surrender from Iran. There's growing speculation whether the U.S. will enter the conflict offensively on behalf of Israel and take out Iran's remaining underground nuclear facilities. Israel has dealt a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program, but lacks the technology to reach those sites buried beneath layers of mountains. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are looking to limit the U.S. involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict.
Democratic Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation that aims to limit President Trump's war powers. It would keep the president from being able to use military force in Iran without congressional approval. Meanwhile, Republican Congressman Thomas Massie introduced his Iran war powers resolution. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Let's see what's going on with Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 71 degrees. It's right about where we are. Just got back this evening from the Great Wolf Lodge with the grandkids and kind of bushed. Had a great time. The kids were so wore out, they will sleep good tonight. All right, the grandson, who's the youngest, kind of overdid all the sweets and the food. When we got back, he stepped out of the car, barfed all over him. Poor fella. I was able to fill up the bucket and wash it off with the garden hose. All right, Wildcat's son, meanwhile, has just got back from his trip to Ireland, and he texted me from there on Tuesday to let us know he was successful in securing the contract. All right, this is going to be life-changing for him and his company. We are so proud. That's great. So Wildcat and the oldest are headed for Six Flags tomorrow, and that's not my thing. So I'll be hanging out here at the Home 20, getting schedules finished, working on gathering the fishing gear, all right, to get some lines wet. And we go to the lake house just west of Nashville. Let's see, any drivers fish that lake and have some bait, style, or rig suggestions? Think we might do some bank fishing, possibly from a boat as well. Got another 1.5 inches of rain from Tuesday to this past day here. All right, be in Tennessee Friday through Sunday afternoon. I guess you'll be playing in the heat there. Gonna be hot, isn't it? Kind of hot to be fishing. All right, everybody, be safe out there. Thank you for the update there. Congratulations to the son, though. The big contract. It sounds like a pretty big deal when you fly halfway around the world and get her done. All right, hello to who we got. Is that Carol? Who says, I-40 at the mile marker 450 in Cook County, Tennessee, closed again due to flooding, rock, and mudslides. I-40, is that the same zone where they had just the one lane open? I'll double check on that, but thanks for the heads up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, I guess responding to the question from Crazy Ray. Would we use the nuclear option? Absolutely not, says Pappy. If he meant, should USA use nukes? No way. Yeah, we better not be the first to do anything nuclear. I concur there. That's not the route we want to go. Hello to Jerry. Morning, Steve. Great show as always. 72 degrees here in Fitzpatrick, Alabama. We don't need any more rain. Been kind of soggy. Let me give you some of the updates here. This is what kind of has me leaning toward things are probably going to intensify a bit further, as in I think we, the USA, may actually join in the efforts to destroy some of those deep underground bunkers. U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee this past day announcing evacuation flights and cruise ship departures for those wishing to leave Israel after last week's voluntary evacuation notice, posting urgent notice. American citizens wanting to leave Israel, U.S. Embassy in Israel. We are working on evacuation flights and cruise ship departures. You must enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. You will be alerted with updates. STEP, that's the Smart Travel Enrollment Program, is recommended for anyone traveling to foreign countries regardless of risk level, according to the State Department website. Yeah, last week, as we know, the State Department issued the voluntary evacuation order for all non-emergency U.S. government employees stationed in Israel, the West Bank, or Gaza. Family members of diplomatic employees or service members, as well as all non-essential personnel, were given the option to depart the region due to the volatile, unpredictable security situation. Now, yesterday's Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, writes a warning to Iran as he announced the destruction of Iran's internal security headquarters. The tornado continues to hit Tehran. Air Force jets have now destroyed the Iranian regime's internal security headquarters, the Iranian dictator's central repressive arm. As we promised, we will continue to harm symbols of government and strike at the Ayatollah regime everywhere. In the travel advisory for Israel, the State Department warned in response to security incidents and without advance notice, the U.S. Embassy may further restrict or prohibit U.S. government employees and their family members from traveling to certain areas of Israel, the Old City of Jerusalem and the West Bank. The advisory cautioning citizens do not travel to Israel due to armed conflict, terrorism, civil unrest. Do not travel to the West Bank or Gaza. Continued military presence in northern Israel within about 2.5 miles of the Lebanese and Syrian borders. Terrorist groups, lone actor terrorists, and other extremists continue plotting possible attacks in Israel, the West Bank and Gaza as well. They may attack with little or no warning, targeting tourist locations, transportation hubs, markets, shopping malls, local government facilities. The security environment is complex. It can change quickly. Violence can occur in Israel, West Bank, and Gaza without warning. Now, those who decide to travel to the aforementioned areas are being asked visit the State Department's Travel to High-Risk Areas page to check the most recent alerts from the embassy website. Meanwhile, going back in time to last week, I guess, before this all began to unfold, word comes down that President Trump told senior aides he actually approved the attack plans for Iran, but he withheld a final order hoping that Tehran would abandon the nuclear program. Meanwhile, with the situation growing ever more precarious, the Iranian supreme leader said his country will never surrender. He also warned that U.S. intervention will bring irreparable consequences. Of course, we have been building up forces over the past several days. Indeed, a third Navy destroyer entered the eastern Mediterranean. A second U.S. carrier strike group is headed toward the Arabian Sea. The Pentagon says this buildup is a defensive action, although, as the Journal noted, it's better positioning the U.S. should the president make a final determination to join in the attacks. The news report also said the buildup could also be a tactical move intended to pressure Iran to come to the table, capitulate, or make concessions. Trump and other world leaders pressing Iran to sign on to an agreement to scrap their nuclear enrichment program. But they won't do it. All right. Israel's targets continue involving the Iranian nuclear efforts. Iran going nuclear, widely viewed with enormous potential to destabilize not just the Middle East and imperil Israel, but even threaten the greater world community. All right, 844-844-3388. Some of the latest developments here as we make our way into a new day, 19th day of June.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, for the driver that asked about the name, the driver that had to jump from the burning truck there in Louisville last weekend, Jeffrey Walker was the name. Jeffrey Walker. CDL Life's story actually had a link to the GoFundMe page. I don't know if you go to GoFundMe and you can click on search, I believe. It is under the heading, Help Support a Heroic Trucker After a Life-Threatening Crash. Help support a heroic trucker after a life-threatening crash there. Yeah, it looks like right now they've got about 2,250 raised at this point. I guess this was set up by the wife. Friday the 13th, our world was turned upside down. My husband was in a devastating accident when his semi caught fire plunging off an overpass on I-65 near downtown Louisville. The truck dangling terrifyingly off the bridge, the trailer pointed straight up in the air. Trapped inside, he fought desperately to escape, trying the doors, the windows, searching for anything to break free. As flames closed in, he managed to force open the passenger door and with no time to spare, jumped over 20 feet to the road below. So that kind of answers the question there. Pretty decent drop, right? Seconds after, the truck exploded. By some miracle, he survived. He is currently in the hospital, severely broken leg, ankle, foot. He's going to need surgery once the swelling subsides. Recovery will be long and difficult. Of course, he is now unable to work. We're facing an uncertain future. We're just asking for help, prayers, shares, or donations to get through this incredibly tough time. Your support will go toward medical expenses, living cost, and anything needed to help him heal and recover. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for your love, prayers, and kindness. And of course, they shared a number of photographs. Yes, the truck precariously dangling off the bridge, engulfed in flames. Indeed, he's lucky to be alive, so... Good morning, Grump. What's happening?
No, just kind of listening to that. What was the? I didn't read that, but what was he crashed into by a car or another truck or what?
Apparently, it was wet conditions. It was what they call Spaghetti Junction there in Louisville. Several interstates all come together. He lost control. He lost control. Went over the side of the bridge.
Yeah, I just kind of wondered about that because most carrying workman's comp or whatever and stuff that I think that would be covered where it'd help him right off the bat. I know sometimes there's a waiting period, but on certain instances there's not. And stuff. It's they'll go ahead and start right away. No, I wasn't sure. That is a bad area through there. I was coming through there the other day and. Where 264 goes around over by the river, going into Indiana there on 64, and damn truck come in there and flipped over on its side. So it was, there's always something going on in Louisville.
Yep.
So, yeah, but yeah, it's, I don't know who started that rumor or whatever it was about the, possible nuclear weapons, that nuclear option. I know the Democrats kind of spread that around too a little bit. I'd heard something about it, that Trump is considering using tactical nuke to, this and that. And I think a lot of that's just to inflame other people. But I'm still wondering when in the hell is all these Arab League nations that surrounds Iran also. I wonder, when they're going to get off their butts and say, hey, listen, can we, start bringing humanitarian stuff in and this and that, and kind of bring that to a head, but, to kind of help out because they bitched just as much as Israel has about the possibility of Iran getting nuclear weapons and how it would destabilize the region. And, they would not hesitate to use them on their neighbors. Hell, if they had them during the 10-year war between Iraq and Iran, they'd be no Baghdad. They ain't doubt in my mind that they wouldn't have launched one right there, and Saddam probably would have too. When you got religious fanatics like that, and I don't give a rat's rear what kind of damn religion it is. When you got people that are so fanaticized that they don't want to hear anything, see anything, or their hatred toward other people of other religions is so bad, and that's exactly what this is. I've never really believed that this was a war against Iran and Israel. This has been a war against radical Islam against the Jewish people, and it just continues on. I mean, it's continued since before 1947. Before they got statehood. I mean, they were always fighting over there and doing their craziness. I used to have a rundown of all the battles that Israel's fought over the years, and there's no one's fought more battles than Israel, just to remain where they're at. And you wonder how, why somebody that lives in a country that's smaller than New Jersey, literally it's just maybe about the landmass size of New Jersey, I think, right there about it. How they can keep hanging on and hanging on and hanging on. Well, they do have nuclear weapons. I know, they've made that clear that they do have nuclear weapons over there, and they, that would be a mistake if Iran was to hit them with something, crazy. I mean, if China was to slip some kind of a damn missile in there, the tactical nuke or something like that, that could hit Tel Aviv or something that, it'd be Katie bar the door, man. There'd be no end to it. It would just be the Stone Age for both countries. And right now I see a lot of Iranians that are really kind of rising up. I mean, Elon Musk, he opened up Starlink, for free over there, and, just for communication purposes and stuff. And they're getting a lot of videos out now, and a lot of messages, to other people, and talking about, how they're, a lot of them are thanking Israel for trying to take out that regime. They said they're just such a harsh regime. Younger people don't want to deal with that, man. They don't want to deal with that kind of a religious fanaticism. They want to be able to have a cell phone, walk up and down the damn streets wearing shorts or their hair down, like any normal human being would want to, and stuff, instead of this crap where, if they don't have their, hair covered and, or, and everything, that they're, they want to beat them on the damn street corner and stuff like that. Those days are coming to a head, and it's coming to a head all over the place. I mean, so it's all over the Middle East. And, where this is going, I don't know. I know, like I said, we got another battle group streaming in there, and whether it's a show of force or whether they're actually going to take action, I don't know. I hope the hell they don't. I hope it's, not something that would, draw us into another war somewhere else. But you think about it, Steve, we've had, Israel and so many other places, like, Ukraine is fighting a proxy war for us right now. I mean, it's just the way it's always been, against Russia. And, they don't hide the fact that they do this, this Iranian mess, it's been, it's just been another proxy against, Iran. And it's, sometimes you wish the hell that we'd just go ahead and, and get it over with, jump into that fight. But other times, is everything that we see and everything that we've done over the years, and stuff like that, how many times have we went to other countries and bled for those other people, and most of them wouldn't pee on us if we were on fire. And it just, it really makes you think about where we're at in this world and who our friends really are, and why it's always the United States when we have other countries that'll try our might, but they won't do a damn thing to step up to help, humanitarian or anything else. It's always the American taxpayer that is asked to do more, to pay more, so that more money can roll out. And I just seen a thing today saying, well, they just moved the, Social Security to where it's going to be bankrupt up to 2033. Well, hell, that's just a few years away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a few years away, but why in the hell is it that, our Social Security system, everything that we pay into is going to be bankrupt, when we pay, probably 52 to 53% of our total income goes to some form of tax. Why is it that is going to go bankrupt when they have endless buckets of money to support these worthless ass illegals that is coming across the border, offering them, giving them cars, phones, places to live, paying their rent, paying their utilities, and, in all these blue cities and blue states that have done that. And there's been a few red that's done it also, and hand out EBT cards to these fat, lazy. I could sit in my store right now and see people walking in there, get stuff on their EBT card, or go get cash on the damn thing and go over and buy some beer or something. It's like there's no limit to this. And people are so pissed off right now, and everything, because Trump was, they were talking about getting people that's on Medicaid, that if you're on Medicaid, you better have a damn job. This lay around, when every place in this country is hiring, right now and lay around on your fat, worthless ass drinking beer, and you know, if you have a hangnail, you run to the freaking hospital, and taxpayers have to pay for it. I'm sick of that crap, man. You know, and it's just and these damn wars now. You know, we'll spend millions and millions and millions of dollars. You know, supplying every country that we think may be a threat to us, whether they are or not. You know, I'm just a firm believer that we need to take care of the people right here in this country.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold that thought there, Grump, because we're almost a news update. I knew that there had been calls for Elon to open the Starlink. I didn't realize. I guess he did do that. Last weekend he confirmed Saturday that he turned on Starlink for Iranians after the Islamic regime had pretty much shut off internet activity or internet service throughout the whole damn country.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is not interested in Russia getting involved in the Iran-Israel conflict.
He actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay?
At an event at the White House today, the president said he spoke with Vladimir Putin and signaled he's not supportive of the idea that Russia could mediate the negotiations.
I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
Trump has so far been unsuccessful at brokering a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Senator Ted Cruz is pushing back after a clip from his interview with Tucker Carlson went viral yesterday. The clip shows a conservative personality quizzing the Texas Republican about the population of Iran.
I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that?
Carlson went on to accuse Cruz of not knowing anything about Iran. Later, Cruz says Carlson released a snippet playing a gotcha on the population of Iran. Cruz says he declined to play that silly game. Carlson's original post of the clip has racked up more than 26 million views. The Senate is working through President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Iowa senior Republican Senator Chuck Grassley updates where it stands.
This week is opportunities for every member of the Senate to go through it, give reactions, maybe some possible changes, and then a week from now we'll be on the bill all week till we get it done.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune can afford to lose only 3 Republicans when the bill eventually goes to the Senate floor. Republicans are using a legislative procedure called reconciliation, which will get the bill passed with just a simple majority. House Speaker Mike Johnson has warned the Senate to limit any changes to the measure, citing the razor-thin margin the bill has in the Republican-controlled chamber. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A San Diego military contractor is pleading guilty to hiring illegals.
The U.S. Attorney's Office says 57-year-old John Washburn, the general manager of San Diego Powder and Protective Coatings in El Cajon, is pleading guilty to engaging in a pattern or practice of hiring undocumented immigrants without authorization to work. As part of the plea, Washburn admitted he knew at least 10 workers were undocumented and that 3 were living at the company warehouse where U.S. Navy submarine components were being stored. Federal complaint says Washburn knew of the immigration issues and only assigned legal employees to work on military bases where they'd be subject to additional screening, while the others stayed and worked at the warehouse. I'm Jack Cronin.
The curfew imposed on downtown L.A. is over for now.
Mayor Karen Bass lifted the curfew Tuesday, but said safety is her priority and said she would reinstitute it if necessary. Bass implemented the curfew back on June 10th in response to vandalism and looting that happened during protests over the Trump administration's immigration policies. I'm Mark Neath.
Cheerios has announced that they are discontinuing 3 new flavors.
The popular breakfast cereal introduced several new flavors this year, but now Cheerios maker General Mills says it will stop making 3 of them. The 3 flavors are chocolate peanut butter Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios Minis, and Honey Nut Cheerios Medley Oat Crunch. Cheerios fans are being urged to grab up the remaining stock of those flavors while they're still on the shelves. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, got a new day coming our way as we roll into a Thursday. 19th day of June coming on here. Good to have you with us as we roll toward the weekend. Get ready, New York City and the Northeast overall. You're going to make a shift of gears. You're going to shift to searing heat after weeks of clouds and rain. Record-breaking temperatures about to descend on the region. More than 200 daily and overnight records are poised to be broken from Sunday to Tuesday of next week across the wide swath of the country, from Chicago to New York. According to the Weather Prediction Center, scorching conditions forecast to last through next week. It's going to feel so much hotter because of how cloudy and cool it's been across the Northeast. According to a senior branch forecaster at the center there, the rain is coming to an end. LaGuardia Airport next Monday is poised to hit 96 degrees, an all-time high for that date. It'll feel even hotter with the humidity, obviously boosting electricity demand, straining the aging transportation infrastructure, subways, commuter rail. Overnight temperatures will remain elevated as well. Not much relief during the nighttime. This big pattern shift as a ridge of high pressure builds across the Great Plains starting today and Friday, the first day of summer officially, then moves into the Ohio Valley and into the Northeast by this weekend. Heat will envelop the Great Lakes into Toronto. Readings forecast to reach 32 degrees Celsius by Monday. By Sunday, they say there's a major risk of health impacts, heat-related, stretching from Nebraska to parts of southern Maine. Some of the worst conditions in Iowa and the Great Lakes region. By Tuesday, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City will all feel the extremes. This is going to be a pretty impressive heat wave, he says. It's going to last over a week. All right, going to get back to Grump there. He brought up, and I had not officially seen that the Starlink had been opened there for people in Iran. I guess he officially opened it up last Saturday, right? His decision to activate Starlink after the Islamic Republic, the communications ministry, announced limits and disruptions to internet nationwide. Let's see. Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, hoping that some of the people might be able to hear him, urging the Iranian people to stand up to the Islamic Republic. Israel's fight is not against the people of Iran. Our fight is against the murderous Islamic regime that oppresses and impoverishes you. In addition, a guy, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last monarch, issued a sharply worded message calling for Iranian military and security forces to abandon the Islamic Republic and join a popular movement to reclaim the country. In a post written in Persian and shared across his official social media platforms, he accused the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, of forcing the Iranian people into a war that does not represent their will. So again, I found it rather interesting, and I was just brought to mind. I know we had last evening, during our Wednesday morning program, we had a listener there tuned into our program. They're in Iran. And again, this morning, someone over there, obviously someone that understands the English language, which there ain't many of them, tuned in to get the latest. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, it is it's quite an event right now. I mean, going on, because you got the Iranian people that, like I said, there's so many of them that just want to rise up, but hell, they've been beat down so damn bad. And I got a friend of mine up in Canada there. His name's Ramin. His family were Iranian, and during the Shah uprising, when all that started back, when they took the hostages and everything, his uncle, lived across the street, and he was out, and him and his cousin was outside playing. They were kids during that time. He was about 10 years old or so. and his cousin got shot by one of the Iranian guards, or that was in the revolution there, and his uncle was pro-Shaw, pro-American, this, that, and they were fighting for their own independence at that time too, and he wound up getting beheaded out in the street in front of all of them. They just chopped his head off, and they live in Canada now, and I went to his house, to his parents' house one Thanksgiving, and you couldn't find better people, man. And I was talking to his father there, and he brought a prayer rug. I was sitting outside, and he brought a prayer rug out, and I said, well, let me give you some time here, I'll go sit inside there. He said, no, it's cool, man. He said, just sit down. He said, I don't have to do this now. And so we sat down with him. We were talking, and he said, you was in the military? I said, yes. And we talked about that a little bit, and he said, do you have prayers and stuff? So I think everybody does. At a certain point in their life, they, even the atheists have bow their head for some reason. But I said, yeah. I pray, and he said, what do you pray for? And I told him different things, and he said, one of the things that we've always prayed for is that Iran will return to the way it was, and we used to train their pilots, Steve. Hell, when I went to basic training, we had Iranians that was all over Kelly Air Force Base at that time. They were being trained, and then of course, the hostages were taken, and so much had went on in that time, so they started we started sending them home and broke off all ties with them at that point in time. But but we used to fund them for their military also. I mean, we'd give them, sell them planes and things like that. Hell, in their arsenal today, they've got F-14s, they got F-4s, they got, things like, there's probably blown all to hell right now, but they still were using them, and F-5s and things like that, the old planes that we used to use. But it's man, I tell you, it's crazy. I think the best thing that's going to happen right now is to get the internet in there, because they were not allowed to use internet for so long, in that country, and everything, and the news was all propaganda, just like it was in Iraq. Remember Baghdad Bob, when hell, had one of the Army Command Sergeant Majors had to go down and walk him out of the studio by the arm, while he was on the air, because he was saying, Americans are not here, everything's under control. He's telling all these people, and this is the way Iran's been for so many years, and things. So I think this is, the best thing that's going to happen is the internet, so they can get a good look at what's going on. They can listen to what's happening in real time, because they've state-run TV stations and every damn thing else. Whatever kind of garbage they feed you is what they have to eat. So it's but it just still burns my ass, Steve, that we got. Every time you turn around, look at the two wars that we fought, in Afghanistan and Iraq. Over the years, we spent $4 trillion on those wars, if not more. That's what they're estimating, about $4 trillion. And then, we've given, $300 billion, $400 billion worth of stuff to Ukraine. And now, what would this cost us if we come in? But every time you turn around, we never have enough money to take care of the American people. It's always something's going to go bankrupt. We have to get more tax dollars, but we have always had endless pockets. Just deep pockets for every kind of skirmish and every kind of war that's being created. And I'm sorry but I got in an argument with a guy today about that. He said Trump don't need any authorization. The hell Trump don't. If you're going to declare war on somebody, that if somebody is aggressive to us and you have to respond, that's on the president. He has to make that snap decision. But if he's meeting with his cabinet and saying, what do we want to do here? We haven't been attacked yet. Then I think they need full authorization from the Congress. I think Congress needs to get off their ass and do their job and say, look, this is either we do it or we don't. I mean, they have to weigh all the evidence on what kind of threat is assessed toward us, before we go committing that kind of troops, that kind of blood, and that kind of money. It's just, it just makes absolute sense to me that Congress would be involved in that. But hey, Another guy, like I said, he was telling me, no. Trump don't need any authorization from anybody. He just needs to react. Well, that's not the way the system works. That's not, under the War Powers Act and different things. If you're going to declare war, Congress is the only people that can declare war.
Yep.
We've had that, argued. Look at George Bush. He went to Congress and everything, but he was doing a lot of things before, in Iraq. He was, showing his ass here and there, that could have. I think that war right there was an unnecessary war, to be honest with you. It was the same thing. If you remember Saddam Hussein's, just weeks away from getting nuclear weapons. He's trying to buy yellow cake. He's trying to do this. He's trying to do that. Anything and everything to justify things. When you had Bob Baer and you had other CIA individuals that was on the ground saying that ain't happening. We don't see that, but yet they were told to stand down and shut up. And then when it all could have been avoided, and they were arming the Kurds to start in the Northern Alliance and come back down and start hitting the Republican Guard, they could have took care of that without any problem. And what did Sandy Berger do? Bill Clinton was in a meeting somewhere, and Sandy Berger said, "Forget about it. We're not going to do it." So, they and that's in their books. Hell, they even wrote about that. So. It's just right now, man. I tell you, this is some crazy times in this country. Like I said, this could go south in a heartbeat. What else is going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
If we're over there, we got all our naval fleet committed over there. Then all of a sudden China says, "Well, hell with it. Let's go ahead and give Taiwan a shot." Since the Americans is all over there. Are we going to count on Japan? Or are we going to count on our troops in North Korea, the 60,000 we got in South Korea? At Osan, Kunsan, and and places like that to pick up the slack. Is Australia going to jump in this? What could happen if all this happens? And I think right now they need to really think this through. It's we are so damn tired of wars and everything else. It's just the American people is. It's just we lived so long with war in Iraq and then Afghanistan and everything. We just had enough, man. And I'm, and you're talking to somebody that's, retired military. I just don't want to see any more people bleed for people that really don't care for us when they got people in the region that was hollering the same damn stuff that we're hollering. They should not have nuclear weapons. Then how about getting off your ass? But Arabs will not fight Arabs. The Islam, I don't care if it's the Saudis or Kuwaitis or who it is. They're not going to go in there and disrupt things at this time or get involved in this. It would take, Jordanians and people have shot down some of the missiles that are coming over in their airspace, but that's to protect themselves. But if it did come to a blow like that, I think the Jordanians would be the first to say, look, we're going to join in this. They were the very first ones to get on board with the Abraham Accords, and they were going somewhere with that. But right now, I don't know what's going to happen with it. It's they're getting a lot of. We just have to wait and see how the Iranian people react. With all the internet and how they're going to rise up if they're going to, and get some video footage of that, and hopefully they'll take over this this whole deal here where we're not going to get involved in it, and they'll open it up to the IAEA, and let them in to see these centrifuges and things like that. But hell, if they're blowing up the entrances of these tunnels and stuff like that, and they said it's going to set them back 10 or 15 years to even getting dug out to where they're at, leave them alone. Well, there goes the ambulance. But you know what I'm saying? Right now, it's let's just see what happens, and how things is going to happen with the people over there. They're the ones that's got most of the say in the matter, and maybe that's what Trump's doing. Maybe he's getting to build up a forces over there, and everything in case we are attacked. And it would surprise me if we did start launching missiles over there if we didn't have a lot of attacks right here in the United States by a bunch of them jackasses that Joe Biden allowed to cross the border.
The sleepers.
We still don't know how many that was.
Yep.
The sleepers.
And we know unequivocally there are. Yeah. The question is just how many. We know they're here. How many? how organized, how coordinated. All right, 844-844-3388. Thank you much, Grump. We'll be back in two.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, let me give you some of the latest headlines anyway over just say that the past hour. This was about 28 minutes ago. The largest hospital in southern Israel was bombed by Iran during a major missile barrage Thursday morning. Fox News chief foreign correspondent reporting that the hospital took a direct hit from an Iranian ballistic missile. Next headline. Israel strikes Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, according to Iranian state media. Israel striking the heavy water reactor Thursday. Reports said there was no radiation danger and that the facility had already been evacuated before the attack. Israel's military had warned earlier Thursday morning it would attack the facility, urged the public to get out of the area. In what happened to be a retaliatory attack, Iran hit the, again, largest hospital in southern Israel. So those are just breaking stories. The Fox correspondent said the hospital, again, took a direct hit, significant damage, and at least 4 sites were impacted by strikes. Israel under a barrage of missile attack right now. The defense forces said millions are seeking shelter as Iran launched a Thursday morning attack, another wave of incoming missiles, calling it a large barrage. Reports of big explosions over Tel Aviv taking place. So just some of the latest headlines over the past hour or so. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Scooby, how the heck are you?
I've been good. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Trump was asking about that wreck that drive in Louisville there.
Mm-hmm.
He was going south on 65. Right as you cross over into Louisville from Indiana, there's 3 lanes there. The left 2 lanes will take you straight on 65, and that 3rd lane will it'll say go downtown, take you like into downtown.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess and I've seen this happen a lot of times. These guys will be in that 3rd lane thinking they're going down 65, and they'll see that sign, and they'll start panicking and try to get over. I've seen a bunch of wrecks right there. And I think that's probably what happens, because right as it bees, those 2 lanes go straight, and that third lane will go to the right a little bit, which will take you down into downtown. There's a little like a opening right there, and that's where that truck wrecked and fell down in there.
Okay.
But to let the drivers know, if you're in that third lane, it'll take you right along 65 there. You can get right back on. So don't think you have to be in those left 2 lanes. Even though it says downtown, it will take you off to go downtown, but you can still stay on that. It'll run you right back up there on it's like a long ramp there. It'll run you right back up there going south on 65. So if you got caught in that lane. The other thing was I was in Israel almost 2 years ago. I went in August, and then I think in October is when all that fighting started with them. And I remember one time we were in Bethlehem. Well, before we went to Bethlehem, we had to go through a checkpoint. And then we were in Bethlehem for like 3 days. Then when we came back, Bethlehem still is part of Israel, but they let the Palestinians run it. They don't, kind of let them do their own little deal there. But like on the way back through the checkpoint there, the guards asked the bus driver, who do they have on there? What group of people do you have on there? And the bus driver told them they were Americans. So the 2 guards that were at that post come up there, and they were very appreciative of Americans for all that they've done for them. Of course, we give Israel a lot of money anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I always thought that was kind of nice that they recognize the stuff that the Americans have done for them, and they were very appreciative of it. So, and I'm not for sure if Trump should bomb or not bomb. It's not my league one way or the other. I mean,
you're kind of undecided. You have your question marks, like as many of us do. And we got to pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Members of Congress are calling for a coordinated evaluation plan for Americans in Israel.
It comes as Israel and Iran have been locked in conflict for nearly a week, with both countries trading missiles. In a bipartisan letter, New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer and fellow Intelligence Committee members urged President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio to share what concrete steps they're taking to get Americans out of Israel. Members of Congress say they understand the security situation in Israel has made for many obstacles, but they're urging the administration to explore all evacuation routes by land and sea. I'm Natalie Migliori.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 44 points. The S&P 500 lost 1 point. The Nasdaq gained 25 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here where we leave off. Let me get back to Scooby. Thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying about Israel, about how appreciative they are. I thought that was just kind of nice when you're over there. People recognize the stuff you've done for them or what our government's done for them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. Praying for Tennessee there. She's doing.
Yes, and I have not received any sort of update, so I'll let you know when any word comes in. But yeah, prayers for Knucklebuster in Tennessee. Sam, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, know you call me Sam, but to a lot of the listeners, they might know me more as the Templeton guy. Are you familiar with the character from the Charlotte's Web TV show, movie?
Certainly.
Yeah, well, that's kind of my thing. I'll go to, a buffet and I'll say something like, Templeton would enjoy this, or even trash day I call a Templeton Tuesday. That's sort of what I'm known for. But I wanted to call tonight to kind of set the record straight with the issue. There's a guy named Rob who has tried to claim to be the Templeton guy as well. And his big claim is that he read a book called The Elements of Style by the same author, by E.B. White. I mean, come on, you use a semicolon once and you're the Templeton guy now. It really just doesn't gel right with me. I'm not even sure if he knows any of the quotes, to be honest.
So do you have a copyright on the Templeton guy?
Well, it's just sort of what I'm known for, I'll say, my grocery bills in the summer go down to like nothing. I'll go to the fairs and it's a veritable smorgasbord, that's what I always say.
Absolutely. When the sun goes down, all those leftover corn dogs and corn on the cob. The Templeton guy. Hey, good to hear from you. Shorty sends me a number of some of the latest updates. I think we had kind of touched on this last evening, where Israel had killed dozens of Iran's remaining military leaders, including the wartime chief of staff, Major General Ali Shadamani, bombing the mountain hideout to which they had retreated. Shadamani was assassinated at a secret compound in the mountains outside of Tehran, along with dozens of other senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps officers who had fled their main headquarters in Tehran, believing they'd be safe there. Instead, the Israeli Air Force waited for them to move to their secret location, killed them all at the same time. The Fox report, the new revelations first on Wednesday. The Jerusalem Post independently verified the information from senior defense sources. Israel continues the relentless campaign against Iranian military targets and governing institutions. Of course, the Iranian regime continues to threaten the Zionists. Iran has few air defense systems left, and they're losing missile launches to Israel attacks by the hour. Of course, we know here President Trump demanding an unconditional surrender. In remarks to reporters at the White House this past day, Wednesday, he suggested that we, the United States, might dismantle Iran's nuclear program after the regime surrendered, not necessarily as part of the ongoing war effort. Now, of course, that would mean you're banking on the military and the Ayatollah to surrender, and at least at this point, I don't see that happening. But Carl, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Just was listening to Grump there a little bit about what he was saying there, but the president does have power over the armed forces of the United States. Congress does not. Okay? He does not have to have any sort of approval from Congress to do a bombing raid. He doesn't. George Bush didn't have it either. Okay? He did not have congressional approval over doing what he did in Iraq or Panama,
well,
for that matter. Let's talk about Panama. Let's talk about Panama.
There's got to be a clarification, though. There's a difference. We have been using military response on the likes of the Yemenis, the Houthi rebels. When we are attacked, we can respond. But declaration of war on another country as a whole, that's what requires congressional authority.
When have we heard Donald Trump say, I'm declaring war on Iran? When have we heard that? We've not. He's never said that, as a matter of fact. He's not declaring war on Iran. He's giving them a spanking. Let's talk about what George Bush did against Noriega. Okay? Do you remember Panama in 1990?
I do.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's talk about that for a minute. Okay. Noriega was dealing with big-time drugs. Big-time drugs. Okay. And they were coming into the United States at that time. He's a known, well-known drug dealer. Okay. That's all he was doing, if you want to say that's all he was doing. But it was serious. It was serious business, and George Bush knew it, so he put together a raid for Noriega. He put it together himself with the armed forces. He did not declare war on Panama. He did not declare war on Noriega. All he done was, what he called it was the drug war, the war on drugs, basically. Okay, Congress, okay, they didn't have much to say about it because, they knew this was a big deal, okay? And when you've got people like Thomas Massey And you've got people like Rand Paul coming up and saying that that the president has no authority over this. This is a bombing raid we're talking about. We're talking about getting rid of nuclear weapons that are threatening the United States and Israel. It's our friend. Israel is our buddy, okay? It's our ally, all right? We must protect them. We have Americans in Israel. They are threatening the American people who are in Israel. It's not like we don't have anybody there from America. The President of the United States has full authority over the armed forces in the United States. Yes, he does. He does not have to go to Congress. Never has. Never has. Congress should get on board, but they won't.
Let me interject here. Let me share this, directly from the United States Senate website about declarations of war. The Constitution grants
It's not a declaration of war. It's not a declaration of war.
What do you want to call it?
It's a bombing raid. I done called it. It's a bombing raid.
Okay.
That's what it is. Noriega was the same thing. It's a bombing raid on Noriega and his drug facilities there, and then they pulled him out of there. They pulled him out of there, and they brought him to the United States in Guantanamo Bay, I believe, is where they took him to. That was 1990, it's a long time ago. But he's still in jail, or he died, I think. Something happened. He's dead now or something, I don't know. He never was delivered back to Panama I don't not have any information on that. But China now is involved already in this, Steve. Okay? They have sent 3 transport planes to Iran.
Correct.
They've already sent 3 transport planes to Iran. And what do you think they're doing? They're bringing materials in, and they're taking materials out.
And they're
not.
And that is Carl. Yep. That is speculation. They do not know what they are doing. The Chinese Foreign Ministry on Tuesday started evacuating Chinese nationals from Iran using chartered aircraft. If those planes did land in Iran, it's possible they meant to play some role in the evacuations. There's a lot of speculation. We don't know what China's doing there.
We don't know exactly. That's right. We don't know exactly what they're doing. But we can only know that they're doing something nefarious. Okay? It's nothing that's friendly to the United States or Israel. Let's put it that way. All right? So, yeah, we can speculate on that one because it's not totally set what's going on there. All right? But the president does have full authority over the armed forces of the United States. Whether you like it or not, whether Grunt likes it or not, whether Thomas Massey likes it or not, whether Rand Paul likes it or not, they're going to have to go along with it if he does the bombing raid. Okay? If he does the bombing raid, which he should have already done, he's way behind, actually. He should have already done this. I'm upset that he's not done it already. And it's amazing to me that he even gave him a 60-day warning. He gave him a 60-day warning. 60 days. How much time is that? Okay, to come to the table and talk. I mean, Donald Trump has been patient, way beyond patient. And that's the problem with this country, okay? We've got too many people telling him he can't do this, he can't do that, and we've gotten ourselves into bad positions all along the border of the United States, allowing all the people in that Joe Biden allowed in. All right, that's a wartime situation too, if you want to say it, okay? He had every right to kill every cartel member along that border if he wanted to. You know, just aim and shoot, you know, like shooting at ducks. Okay, he could have done it. Donald Trump or Joe Biden could have done it and not even consult with Congress about it, you know, because it's against the law to allow people to come into the United States. That's period. okay? And, I mean, it's against the law to allow it unlawful entry to the United States, period. So we've got to get on board with something here that's correct, okay? The commander-in-chief of the armed forces does have the right to do bombing raids and extraction if they have the right, if they want to extract an enemy of the United States who is harming Americans everywhere in the United States. Okay?
Well,
and in foreign countries too as well.
Here's the question I have for you, Carl. Has Iran attacked the United States?
Yes, many times. Since 1979. Yes, they have killed thousands of our troops in other locations everywhere. Yes, they have.
I am referencing the current situation. Israel went into Iran first. Now, Iran is responding to Israel. Iran has not opened fire on any U.S. warships, U.S. military bases at this point. If we intervene, if we start dropping bunker busters, the Ayatollah has already clearly stated that is a declaration of war. We will respond as a full, we are at war with the United States. At this point, we are not there.
We're not going to be at war with Iran either, okay, after the bunker busters. If you want to believe the Ayatollah, believe the Ayatollah. You know, they should take him as prisoner too. They should either kill him or do something with him, all right? Put him in a trash dump and burn him, you know? Do something with him to keep him quiet. You know, put a blanket over his head or something, I don't know. But he's causing a lot of trouble, okay? He's getting into people's psyche, too, as well, and wanting people to be afraid of him, you know? If people want to be afraid of the Ayatollah, I don't think so. They don't have the ability. They don't have it, Steve, okay? They just don't have it, all right? They don't even have what Ukraine's got. They don't have nothing. Iran has nothing. They had chemicals with Iraq, okay, when they fought Iraq. Let's talk about Iraq just for a minute, okay? Iraq did have weapons of mass destruction. They had chemical weapons, and they moved them into Syria. That's well documented. A lot of people forget about that. Syria has used those chemical weapons on their own people, all right? And George Bush did the same thing there. He went into Iraq without congressional declaration of war. George Bush didn't declare war. He just did what he needed to do, what he felt like he needed to do. It was way late. It was way late.
He got congressional authorization to use military force.
Okay, but they did not declare war.
But he got congressional authorization.
They did not declare war.
Correct.
Well, if you want to call that the same thing, it's not the same thing. It's not a formal declaration of war. No.
But
we have not done that.
All right. Straight from, again, the United States Senate website, the Constitution grants Congress the sole power to declare war. Congress has declared war on 11 occasions, including the first declaration of war with Great Britain in 1812. Congress approved its last formal declaration of war during World War II. Now, how many wars have we been in since then? Since that time, Congress has agreed to resolutions authorizing the use of military force. And that's the way it continues today to shape the military policy through appropriations and oversight. That's all I can tell you. I guess we're kind of splitting hairs when you say that the U.S. military forces are going to go in with all their might with the B-2s and the F-22s and maybe whatever's left of the Iranian Air Force. I don't think there's much. I think most of their planes have been destroyed in the air or on the ground. Their military missile launch capabilities are being greatly diminished. I think they're maybe down to their last gasp. launching. How many missiles do you think they have left? And of course, he mentioned the China scenario. Now, there were 3 planes. They were Boeing 747 cargo planes, which are commonly used for transporting military equipment and weapons, and hired to fly government contract orders. Analysts doubt that the 3 planes would be carrying anything quite so provocative as Chinese military equipment for Iran. Although China has long supplied ballistic missile components, China has also attempted to disguise some controversial shipments of military hardware to Iran as well as Libya, describing them as innocuous consumer goods, only to have the deception discovered by customs officials. Again, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, we do know, on Tuesday began evacuating Chinese nationals using chartered aircraft. That's the question mark. If the 3 mystery planes did land in Iran, they may be playing some role in that. They say all 3 of the cargo planes flew westward along northern China, crossing into Kazakhstan, then south into Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, and then dropped off the radar screens as they were approaching Iran. All 3 of the planes apparently filed false flight plans that showed the destination to be Luxembourg. But none of those 3, anyway, flew anywhere near Europe. Latter flights from the same region did head toward Luxembourg, which is the home base of the company that operates the aircraft known as Cargolux. Cargolux, partially owned by a Chinese company, denying that their planes entered Iranian airspace. They blamed faulty public tracking data for creating the appearance of the planes surreptitiously flying into Iranian airspace. Of course, we can't trust the Chinese either, can we? We all know that. All right, I guess what I shared. So the last declaration of war, they say, was World War II. Yes, we had Vietnam, we had Korea, we've had numerous other. Those have all been based on what? Congressional authorization to use force?
Yes, just like it was in Iraq. That was signed into law, legislation. It went through Congress to authorize the use of force on the war on terror. That was what the legislation read.
Okay.
Now, I don't need a lecture from that guy. I don't know who the hell he thinks he is, but I don't need a lecture from him on telling me about war. I've been there, done that. I don't know what he's done in his life, but by God, I've lived it. So, first and foremost, Israel come right out the other day and said, this is war. This is war. Now, any time that an ally joins in the fight, it's, number one, they're joining in the war. So whether they declare it or not, whether Trump says that we're going to war or not, he said that we may have to join in this fight, is exactly what the man had said. And he didn't know whether he's going to give them the bombs to hit them bunkers with, or whether we was going to do it ourselves. All right, the fact of the matter remains that if he joins in this for any kind of a long-term thing without the United States being attacked, I mean just literally attacked during this process right here, Congress has got to approve it whether Carl likes it or not. I mean, that's just the damn way it is. Now, we can launch missiles at anybody in our defense. Mm-hmm. Anybody that launches a missile at us, we have the right to respond to that. Mm-hmm. But when you take an aggressive action against a country that's already in a war with another country, why is it you think we're staying the hell out of Ukraine right now? Because they don't want to get involved in this war. It's a proxy war. So I don't know what the hell Carl was talking about, and he thinks that Donald Trump just has the authorization to do whatever the hell he wants to do. Yeah, he's the commander-in-chief of the military. He damn sure is. But Congress has a say in a lot of things, buddy. Don't think for 1 second that they don't.
So, yes.
They authorize the money.
That's so Congress authorized Vietnam, right? Panama, the Gulf War, 1 and 2.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And when we went into when they authorized it for Iraq, that was actionable information. And that's what they went off of, that there was an imminent terror threat against the United States. Lived it, buddy. Listened to the briefings, all that other good stuff. Hell, in the first Gulf War, it was the same damn thing when Saddam was, took over Kuwait. We had actual information that, he may move against American interest in the regions. So what do we do? Hell, we all, met up in Saudi Arabia and kicked his ass for a few minutes. But the thought that a president has the right just to blow up whoever the hell he wants because he's the commander in chief, that's the dumbest damn thing that I've ever heard in my life. That's the best way in the
kind
world.
Of what we're waiting for right now, because remember, Iran said that if Israel attacks, that they're going to attack our bases all throughout the Middle East. We evacuate. They've not done that because I think they know that gives Donald Trump the green light, correct? Immediately, to go in, no holds barred.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are multiple reports that the White House is considering an offensive strike against the nation of Iran.
The reports come after President Trump said he wanted an unconditional surrender from Iran. There's growing speculation whether the U.S. will enter the conflict offensively on behalf of Israel and take out Iran's remaining underground nuclear facilities. Israel has dealt a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program, but lacks the technology to reach those sites buried beneath layers of mountain. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are looking to limit the U.S. involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict.
Democratic Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation that aims to limit President Trump's war powers. It would keep the president from being able to use military force in Iran without congressional approval. Meanwhile, Republican Congressman Thomas Massie introduced his Iran war powers resolution. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The State Department is warning Americans about travel to Europe as anti-tourism activists have taken to the streets.
Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home!
Travelers are being urged to exercise caution with demonstrations heating up in Spain. Locals marched through the capital recently and used water guns on tourists. They're angry about what they see as over-tourism and the sharp rise of the local cost of living. The U.S. Embassy in Spain notes there are additional protests related to the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Brian Shook.
A federal judge says the government cannot enforce President Trump's order that Americans have to put their birth gender on passports.
The judge ruled that anyone who applies for a new passport can choose the gender they identify with or select X on the application form. The decision comes after a lawsuit filed by a group of transgender and non-binary plaintiffs along with the ACLU. The judge said that the government failed to give a rationale for the policy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Criminal charges against New York City Comptroller Brad Lander are being dropped after he was arrested at immigration court yesterday.
Lander was detained by ICE while escorting a migrant out of immigration court, with Homeland Security officials alleging Lander assaulted ICE officers, which he denies. New Yorkers weighing in on whether or not it's a publicity stunt.
That's the first thing I thought, but then I heard that he's been doing it.
I think it's political.
At the same time, he gets released in, I heard 3 hours, something like that. So, everything is fishy.
Lander's among several candidates vying to be New York City's next mayor, with the Department of Homeland Security saying it's wrong for politicians seeking higher office to undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The NYPD is identifying the suspect who allegedly torched 11 police cars in Brooklyn last week.
They're looking for 20-year-old Jackie Lodgson McCrae and have released video of him in connection with an arson last Thursday, 2 blocks from a Bushwick police station. The NYPD says Lodgson McCrae scaled a gate to get to the cop cars in a parking lot near Central and DeKalb Avenues, covering the vehicles with fire starters. They're asking the public for help in finding him, saying he was wearing a gray sweater, green pants, and a blue face mask. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with little change to stocks.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 44 points. The S&P 500 lost 1 point. The NASDAQ gained 25 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we get another hour underway, rolling into a Thursday. Good to have you on board. Yeah, we prompted a rather interesting discussion. Does the president have the authority to act? If you do the search, does the president have to inform the Congress of a war? That's interesting how the War Powers Resolution, that's the act. It says here, yes, the president is required to inform Congress within 48 hours of introducing U.S. armed forces into hostilities or situations where imminent hostilities are likely. Now, that says inform Congress. Does that mean they have to approve it? I guess is my question. It's mandated by the War Powers Resolution of 1973. It also stipulates that the president must consult with Congress before deploying troops and terminate the use of force within 60 days unless Congress authorizes continuation. The War Powers Resolution, a federal law passed by Congress to limit the president's ability to commit troops to armed conflict without congressional approval. It aims to balance the president's role as commander-in-chief with Congress's constitutional power to declare war. And I kind of see Carl's point that by entering, we're not declaring war. Congress has not declared war since World War II. And we have that proverbial laundry list of military involvement that has been used since then. I got it. Now, Vic sent me an email. How did he put it? He said, yes, America has the right to defend itself if attacked. And that's kind of where we left off there. I said they haven't hit any of our military bases there in the Middle East at this point. You haven't gone after any of the naval ships there in the Gulf. I mean, there's plenty of targets that are readily available involving American forces. But here's another question. I get back, Grump, if these Democrats, why would they be introducing these resolutions to limit his powers if they don't think he has the full power to do whatever the hell he wants?
Well, under the War Powers Act and also under the War on Terror, when that resolution was introduced into Congress back prior to the Gulf War to remove Saddam Hussein, it broadened the president's abilities on, and it also took away a little bit of what the scope of that was. And what I'm saying is that it gave him more. I guess you could say it gave him more power in one sense to retaliate against anyone, that he deems or that's an imminent threat against the country. All right. How are they an imminent threat right now? See, this is one of the things that has come about in a lot of the conversations and stuff with Congress. A lot of the discussions that they're having right now is whether or not this is turning into an offensive move. And what I mean by an offensive move is that he's moving more resources into the area. We've had a 40,000 troop buildup. It was jacked up to 60,000 troops. Is this in response to the war with Israel, where we're going to go in and back them up, and we're going to use boots on the ground and our air resources and things like that are going to come into Tomahawks and ships.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be launching Tomahawks and things like that out of subs, and we changed this from trying to get them to surrender, number one, which Israel's doing a pretty damn good job of it right now. But to think that the president can just unilaterally you move troops and everybody else into an area for an offensive move for something that he sees as it might be a threat. It might, there could be a threat there. Well, where is the threat? I mean, hell, they have no military. They have none. If it's just to bomb this one damn bunker, that they believe has all these centrifuges in it, which it probably does, then Israel is more than capable of doing that with our assets, with us giving them the bunker busters and letting them do it. Hell, they trained with them. So what it seemed to me like Carl was saying was the president don't need authorization for a damn thing. He can do whatever he wants because he's in charge of the military. Just because you're a commander-in-chief don't mean that you can run around blowing down people up, dude. I mean, there is limits on what he can do. Now, if Congress looks at this and they say, well, we don't see the threat, they can pull the funding off anything and everything. I mean, they have the power of the purse strings, and they can also bring in hearings and things like that, just like they did for the resolution to fight Saddam Hussein. But when Israel declared this as a war, and that's what right there, Netanyahu said that this is a war, between between Iran and Israel. When we get involved in something like that, we are entering into a war. Hell, Congress had to. It wouldn't have been any different than what was going on in World War II. With Germany when we started moving troops in over there. They said the war had began. All right, fine. Congress had to approve through the War Powers Act for us to move over there, move troops over there and start, and help fight that war. Well, I understand what he's saying, but as far as him saying that the president has, just powers to do whatever,
blanket authority,
that was a police action.
But the wording, when I just read the wording though, that says the president must consult with Congress. It doesn't say he must get he must consult before he moves military personnel or puts them in harm's way. It just says he has to, I guess you got to sit down 48 hours before we do anything and say, hey, this is what's happening. He's consulting with them.
Right. He's going to bring that up to where and that's exactly what it says. Within 48 hours, he has to consult with Congress on this move. Has he done it yet? No, he hasn't done it yet. And what I'm looking at this, and I think what a lot of people look at on this is how far is Trump willing to go with this? Now, I don't think he wants to get involved in this. The way he's looking at this, Steve, I don't think he really wants to get involved with this. What he's doing, though, is moving more troops into the area just in case, that one of our bases or one of our ships, Iran has hundreds of these damn little two-man subs that may carry explosives or whatever, and getting out of places. Like I told you before, they paint them green so they can lay in the moss and things like that in shallow waters and move out into an area where they can hit our ships and things like that. They barely pick them up. But I think Trump is more looking at that and saying, well, if you attack us, then we're going to respond. Well, you damn right we're going to respond. We're going to respond with, but just to unilaterally, go in there and say, look, we're going to go ahead and bomb the hell out of these people just because Israel is, and they say, well, we've had been attacked many times by Iran. No, not really. Not since they took our hostages. I mean, we got the Houthis, we have, the Hezbollah, we got Hamas, all these people are right here that, that have been paid terrorist organizations by Iran that has moved on our American troops.
Using the proxy group. It's the proxy groups, right? And we have responded. How many months were we involved in, or weeks pounding the Houthi rebels there in Yemen? Trump actually got an agreement from the Houthis. They would stop attacking our interests if we stopped attacking them, but they didn't make such a deal with Israel. And subsequently, they have fired on Israel several times since then. So we know, Pappy had pointed that out. Israel doesn't have the capabilities to take out the underground bunkers, right? I don't know. Grump's suggesting, but can't we loan them? Loan them a BT, a B-2, and give them some of the 30-pound bunker bus? I don't know that one of their aircraft pilots could just jump into a B-2 and be able to correctly do the job. But they need our aircraft to drop those bunker busters. They don't have the aircraft. They don't have the munitions, either one. But all right, let me jump to Philip. Off to work we go. Good morning on a Thursday. All right, see if the computer will pick him up. It's just kind of thinking at the moment. All right, we'll let it think for a moment. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, there we go. Welcome back. Yeah, the computer was just kind of patiently thinking, finally picked up. Morning, Philip.
Morning. I just been quiet the whole time during those breaks there. I didn't want to interrupt your stuff there.
Right.
I was going to say ding, 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 ding. Okay, everybody go to your corner now. Because it's been pretty good on the show last little bit there.
Yeah, right.
Just to kind of put things in kind of perspective, I mean, I'm going to shy away from the Rockets right now, even though I'm going to get to them eventually. To put your way of thinking about it, Carl, we all know about Cuba, okay? How far is Cuba away from Florida, Steve? It ain't very far, is it? We could have took Cuba a long time ago.
Yeah.
Remember when we had that deal back in the 60s with Cuba and Russia and the missiles and all that kind of stuff? President Kennedy could have took Cuba, but as a president, and I'm saying this, as a president, he had to think about what he was doing. Now, did we take Cuba? No, we did not. As far as the situation in 2001 with 9/11 and the Bush and all that stuff, President Bush had a reason for going over and doing what he needed to do. And that's why he got the okay from the Congress. Now, we talked about the Situation Room the other day. That Situation Room is where decisions are made by the president. Now, listen to this, Carl. By the president and Congress. Excuse me. My voice is going crazy here. But decisions are made there. Okay, you know, we have all these committees that Congress forms. Those committees meet with the president. Sometimes they meet in that situational room. Okay? So, if we didn't have that, Carl, it would be called a dictatorship in our country. Right, Steve?
Right.
Am I correct in saying that? Okay, so you look at Russia, communism. Who calls the shots in Russia? Putin does. All right? I wouldn't say it's a dictatorship, but it pretty much is pretty damn close as you can get to being a dictatorship as you want to put it. Okay? But that's a different government than ours. The way our government is structured, the president has to go to Congress. Okay? Now, can he do something on the fly? I'm pretty sure he could do special operations on the fly, and we've seen that before. But I'm pretty sure that when he makes a decision to do special operations on the fly, and we've seen that before. But I'm pretty sure that when he makes a decision to do a special operation, that he has to get a packet together that says, hey, this is my reasonings for doing what I'm doing. And he has to submit that to Congress on some level. Okay? I'm not saying that he doesn't, but he's got to. You know, that's just the way our government structure. And it's been that way forever. Now, can he do it? I don't know.
All right, I think we're going to have to, we'll get a reconnect here on the phones. Things acting kind of squirrely this morning. Meanwhile, real quick, while we reconnect with Philip here, it'll take a couple of seconds. I see apparently here just a couple of hours ago, a little after, 11 o'clock, some sort of a test was taking place at the Star Base there in Texas, a Starship routine test, what they call an anomaly. The Starship exploded, massive explosion during the test Wednesday evening, a little after 11 o'clock Central. That'd be so it was right at midnight. Starship 36 experienced a catastrophic failure, exploding dramatically during a routine static test fire. No injuries reported. Authorities wrote that emergency protocols were swiftly enacted and investigation is underway, but SpaceX issued a statement. Let's see. It said, so it was Wednesday night, I guess. Wednesday night, right? Well, that's at about 11 p.m. Central. Starship, preparing for the 10th flight test, experienced a major anomaly while on a test stand. A safety clear area around the site was maintained through the operation. All personnel are accounted for. Our team working to safe the test site and the immediate surrounding area. No hazards to the residents in surrounding communities. We ask individuals do not attempt to approach the area while our so-called safing operations continue. That's pretty bizarre. I saw the video, Philip. Would you check that out when you get a chance? That was a major explosion.
Yeah, that I just you saying that right there, I just heard it for the first time. They have a test site that's adjacent to where the launch pads are and all that. It's called the Massey site, and that's where they test the ships at now. They actually have a fire shield and all that there.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't surprise me. It's testing. These things aren't set in stone, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You know that the way you move forward is you have to blow some crap up, for a better way of saying it, and that's what's happening. And you know what? It's better that it does it now than it does it when it's in the air. You know, Elon has been very lucky with Starship. The last ones he's had that have blown up, it's been up really high, and it's been in a position where it can burn up, and it ain't going to hurt nobody. That's the reason why they have this test site now, and kudos to those guys for setting that up, because all of those tests before were done out there by the pad. They had the test racks out there, but they moved it over to Massey. Massey is a separate part of the property that they set up just for testing the ships. And that's what they can do. They could static fire a ship there. They could static fire the booster on the pad. That's where all the booster testing is done, on the pad. But as far as the ship testing, it's on there. And they moved the Axiom launch again, Steve, to Sunday morning. They've moved that, and the rocket that I saw last night was not the one for Amazon. It was actually Starlink mission that we took off last night that I saw. So I want to correct that.
Okay.
But it happens. It's part of it's part of the deal. It's testing. There's going to be stuff that blows up. It would be better off that it happened on the ground. And that's why they make everybody get out of the play. That's why they're doing what they're doing out there. It's come down now to the time, how, I don't know if you've noticed, but Elon took control of that town. Did you see that? Now it's called Starbase.
Yes, and the people, I guess the people actually voted to rename the town, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's time to take control of it, because it's come to the point now in production that there's a lot of stuff that can hurt a lot of people in the testing process. Like you say this, and when 85% of your residents kind of work for you,
yeah,
I think you're going to have a little play in everything. And the folks that are in Boca Chica Village, and that's the name of the place, Boca Chica Village, those people respect Elon for coming there, because he brought things to their town that they've never had before. You know what I mean? It's just been one of those beach towns, a tourist town, go out to the beach, hang out on the beach type of thing. Now it's turned into this internet craze. Oh my God, I think everybody and their brother's got a daggone channel on Rockets watching Boca Chica.
Mm-hmm.
So it's become a very profitable venture for a lot of people outside of the space deal, actually outside the people that work at SpaceX. So kudos to him, though. I'll have to study it. I can't look at it right now because I'm in the middle of Orlando on I-4. But when I get to work, I'll check it out. But yeah, you said that happened at 11 o'clock. That's just a few hours ago, Steve.
11 o'clock
right?
Central, so yeah, it was like midnight. It was 12:01 here, Eastern.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we're going to have to go to the next ship number. What is that, 37?
Uh-huh.
They'll have to go to the next ship number. That's why he's got, if you look at that operation and the way it's set up, that's the reason he has everything set up the way it does. He can, if some anomaly is basically when something goes wrong with a rocket. That's the term they use, anomaly. They used it when Challenger.
And when it blows up, that's an anomaly, right? Hey, we pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Members of Congress are calling for a coordinated evaluation plan for Americans in Israel.
It comes as Israel and Iran have been locked in conflict for nearly a week, with both countries trading missiles. In a bipartisan letter, New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer and fellow Intelligence Committee members urged President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio to share what concrete steps they're taking to get Americans out of Israel. Members of Congress say they understand the security situation in Israel has made for many obstacles, but they're urging the administration to explore all evacuation routes by land and sea. I'm Natalie Migliori.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 44 points. The S&P 500 lost 1 point. The Nasdaq gained 25 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Alrighty, back at it here. Weekend just around the corner. All right, we'll get back and finish up with Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, man, no problem. I apologize about my voice, man. This allergy stuff has been nicking me in the butt for the last couple of days, so I'm dealing with it.
Yeah.
Guess what today is, Steve? Today is my 15th anniversary with Disney.
Wow. How about
15
that?
years. Yep. And I got the little statue the other day, the castle they call it. So got that the other day from management, and that, you know, it's a pretty big milestone for me. This was one of the ones I wanted to make, you know. So I'm in good shape right now. I want Disney, and I want to keep it that way. And I want to thank a lot of the people that I work with. I tell you, they put a lot of hard work in, be it people maintaining the vehicles or people like me out there working, you know. A lot of people don't understand in an operation how many people are involved with it and what's going on. When you go to the theme park, you just think, oh, I'm just there, you know, those people are there doing their job, whatever. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that, we don't talk about and we don't need to. And I appreciate a lot of the folks that I work with, even though sometimes it's just like this radio show. We've heard it this morning, everybody bumping each other's heads, which is a good thing. We can have conversation and be adults. We don't have to agree, but we can be adults and walk away with it saying, hey, maybe we've learned something from it and maybe we haven't. Maybe we're still stuck in our own beliefs. Everybody has a different way of thinking, and we have to respect each other for that. It's the same way where I work at. We're the same way. But we all got the same goal. We move about 250,000 people a day, Steve.
Wow.
So that's pretty good stuff for about, let's see, during a normal shift, about 50, 60 people, doing that, and that's something to be pretty proud of. And sometimes we do it with 12 trains. Sometimes we do it with 9 trains. Sometimes we do it with 8 trains. It just depends on whatever we got going on for the day. And when we break down, we're just like anybody else. Just like that truck breaks down, you got to go to plan B, and we do that. We go to plan B, and we go and we do what we need to do and step in there. There's no arguing, no fussing, no fighting. Let's get this done, and, we got to deal with it. So, but I just thought I'd mention that today. It's something I'm proud of, and there's a lot of work to get to it.
Congratulations on that. Yes.
And I've done Disney now almost as long as I drove. I drove for 25 years, and I'm hoping I can do it as long as I drove. That's my goal. I want to try to do it as long as I drove a truck. Now whether the trains are there in that amount of years, another 10 years, who knows? We don't know. It's a fluid situation, like everybody always says. It's one of them things, but we'll hope so. But buddy, that's all I got today. I appreciate everybody out there, and we can agree to disagree, guys. It's not a bad thing, and don't always think that your way of thinking is the best way. You can always learn something new for the day. So y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
We try to learn something new every day. There you go. Let me give you a couple of industry headlines. Plowboy got you coming up here in just a second. Truck drivers transporting oversized and overweight loads will continue to receive an exemption from the FMCSA's 30-minute rest break requirement. The FMCSA announced in a notice that is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register tomorrow, Friday, that it is granted the Specialized Carriers and Rigging Association a 6-month provisional renewal of the exemption from the hours of service. Now, the provisional renewal set to expire December 17. Meanwhile, the FMCSA will accept comments before determining whether to renew the exemption through June of 2030. It's about 1,400 members of the SCNRA, a trade association. So the exemption covers truck drivers for all specialized carriers transporting oversized loads that need a permit from a state or local government agency. The 30-minute break uniquely affects oversized, overweight loads and has exacerbated the number of instances in which drivers have had to park these loads at roadside, consequently impacting the safety of both the general public and the driver. They also said that state and local permits often restrict the days of the week and the hours of the day when oversized loads can be transported. Those hours often conflict with the timing of the required 30-minute rest break. This week, transportation officials in Ohio and Kentucky, lo and behold, unveiling the design for a double-decker companion to the existing, what we call the Brent Spence Bridge Corridor Project, which also includes upgrades to the existing bridge. Estimated cost, $3.6 billion to be split evenly between Ohio and Kentucky. Construction is expected to start later this year. Finally. Once the new companion bridge is built, the existing Brent Smith Bridge will be reconfigured from 4 lanes to 3 on each deck, with emergency shoulders on each side to improve safety and carry local traffic between Covington and Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah, the new companion bridge will carry traffic on Interstate 71 and I-75. This will become an iconic part of the skyline, but improving safety and travel between the two states, addressing one of the worst bottlenecks in the nation right now. They have selected a cable-stayed independent deck bridge design in which both the upper and lower decks will be supported by a cabling system. The existing bridge, built in 1963, that currently carries traffic volumes far exceeding the original design. This is going to be a game changer for those commuting. It'll revolutionize this crucial economic corridor. This is what we've been dreaming of for years, and that many said would never happen. And we're getting it done, working together, and we're doing it without tolls. That was a big factor in how we're going to pay for it. All right, Plowboy, good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. Just got a couple of things I thought. How much do you follow Overdrive magazine online?
What do I think of it?
No, how often do you follow it?
It's not like it's one of my daily go-tos,
All right. You might ask something we've talked about quite often on this show. You brought it up with different stories. Apparently, I'd like to tip my hat, start off, to the state of Arizona and its high-class DPS agents. I know they can be a-holes at times, but Flagstaff, apparently, they stopped a $1.6 million load of goods that was stolen from DFW Airport in Grapevine, Texas. Came through Childers, went through New Mexico, and nabbed in Arizona at Flagstaff. But there's another branch to this, too. The drivers in the truck had some bogus names, and they were illegally here in the United States. And apparently they got their driver's licenses from the state of Gavin Newsom, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it was kind of almost a trifecta in one. And no name given or something like that on one license, and another name of Diamond. And praise the Lord goes to DPS agents in Arizona. And I can't figure out. It looked like they tracked them through Childress, Texas. It was not my favorite area. And all the way through New Mexico. I just like to kind of figure out why in the hell they let them get over 10 hours away before he picked the bastards up. There's something called Overhaul Connect Enforcement, the name of it was. I guess this is some law enforcement agency that's trying to nab a stolen freight.
Mm-hmm.
Now my other one I had. Apparently we got a rhino who graduated at Harvard and was put into to being a judge, and now he's wanting to bring President Trump to trial because all of a sudden I guess they're going to be in a pissing match. Judge William B. Young or something like that, who was appointed back under the Reagan administration. I guess all of a sudden he's no longer, But back to what was being talked about a little bit ago, I do have a direct question. Did not we bring somebody to being our friend one Sunday morning, I think it was? Did not Reagan flatten some somebody's house and killed his 1-year-old son.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember no Congress being brought to a section on that one. And the same with the attempted. Then we kind of run around with our hands in our pockets when we had our USS Cole hit, our Navy soldiers killed. That's during Clinton's administration. So one of these days we're going to say, damn, I wish the hell Trump jumped into this damn thing. Instead of poking in the eyes of one another. But I don't know. Probably ruffled some feathers, but other than that, hell, what is the temperature nationwide? 71 degrees. Hell, we got a nice little breeze there in Kansas City at 71, and you said y'all are in the lower 70s, correct?
Correct. And then we're just waiting for we're waiting for the heat wave to roll in. Yeah, speaking of Senor Heat Wave, his name will be taken in vain by many over the next week. You know, a lot of folks like horse feathers will be saying, "It's too hot." Yeah.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We shared the story last evening about the heist of $1.4 million worth of Nintendo Switch consoles that were hot off the press. Discovered missing during a pre-trip inspection at a Love's travel stop in Bennett, Colorado. And this major gaming hardware heist, highlighting the vulnerability of high-value cargo. As we know, cargo theft is surging 27% last year. 3,625 incidents. Electronics like these consoles are prime targets. Strategic thefts include double brokering, identity fraud. That category spiked 430% last year. Organized networks, oftentimes overseas, exploit digital tools like load boards, complicating recovery. When it was 8 o'clock in the morning, June 8, the Arapahoe County Sheriff's deputies responded to a theft report at a Love's truck stop. Stolen cargo, as I mentioned, 2,810 Nintendo Switch consoles worth $499 each. Yeah, reportedly, they were the Mario Kart World Bundle Switches, part of a major shipment for the just launched platform. Like I said, hot off the press. Yeah, they were en route from Nintendo of America's headquarters in Redmond, Washington, to a GameStop distribution center in Grapevine, Texas. Yeah, the driver said not aware of the specific contents of his load that were described as carrying games or toys. Now, investigators cannot confirm whether the theft occurred at the truck stop or elsewhere. GPS tracking, which is common for high-value cargo, aids logistics but risks exposing trailer locations to thieves. Classified as a major felony, the case could lead to charges of theft valued at $1 million or more. Now, social media networks suggesting maybe an inside job? I mean, stealing 8 to 10 pallets weighing thousands of pounds would require specialized equipment like a pallet jack and a straight truck, which would indicate meticulous planning. The driver's claim of ignorance about the load's value, contrasted with the targeted theft of coveted consoles, points to a leaky supply chain information, possibly from Nintendo or the freight broker or the carrier. The heist's undetected execution implies knowledge of logistics, likely from someone with access to shipment details. Now, some of these organized crime groups familiar with trucking operation do often exploit insider information. Now, we've seen this in past console thefts. But to reduce the risk, if you're hauling high-value loads, use team drivers for constant supervision. Never leave trailers unattended. Always park in well-lit, monitored areas. Secure your trailers with high-security locks and tamper-resistant seals. Install real-time GPS trackers and cargo monitoring systems. Conduct frequent visual inspections of the seals and the locks. Vary your routes and your schedules to avoid any sort of predictable patterns. And obviously stay vigilant for suspicious activity and report any concerns immediately. Now, right along that line, there was a big-time theft here several years ago, and I remember covering this at the time, and finally some arrests taking place. 7, as a matter of fact, have been named in an indictment regarding a massive jewelry heist that took place at a truck stop in L.A. This was back in July of 22, the Flying J in Lebec, California. These 7 men were named on Tuesday of this week. According to the Desert Sun, the defendants were accused of breaking into a semi-truck that was employed by Brinks. I remember initially covering this story. I didn't realize Brinks actually had like tractor trailers that they had contracted. This truck that was contracted by Brinks parked at a truck stop near Los Angeles on its way back from a big jewelry show. Recall that? Thieves made off with approximately $100 million worth of gold, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, luxury watches. What is considered to be the largest jewelry heist in U.S. history. The 7 men named, mostly in their 30s and 40s. There was one 60-year-old. I won't go through all the names, but let's see, one of which is already incarcerated in Arizona on separate burglary charges. Each of the 7 are facing 2 counts of conspiracy to commit theft from interstate and foreign shipment, and theft from interstate and foreign shipment as well. Several of them are also facing 2 counts of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery, and additional counts of theft from interstate and foreign shipment. 3 of these guys allegedly scouted the truck as it left the jewelry show, loaded with 73 bags of jewelry. 4 others and some unnamed accomplices then followed the semi-truck for 300 miles, tracking it through rest stops in Buttonwillow, Kern County, and eventually Lubbock. While the truck was stopped in Lubbock, those defendants stole 24 bags from the Brinks truck. Again, approximately $100 million worth of jewelry inside. 4 of these individuals are also accused of participating in multiple other high-value heists before this particular major jewelry heist. So they were obviously an organized ring of thieves. All right, let me see under the sports headlines. Speaking of which, haven't heard from Braindead in a few days, have we? No sports updates. Maybe he's on vacation. Maybe he's having a long week. Hopefully he's not under the weather. But I'm sure he would have touched on this. A 5-decade sports dynasty is ending at the Los Angeles Lakers. The team is being sold for a staggering $10 billion. You heard that right, with a B. The Buss family is offloading their majority ownership in the team after 46 years and multiple national titles. It is being purchased by the Los Angeles Dodgers owner, Mark Walter. According to ESPN, he's the CEO of diversified holding company TWG Global. He also has stakes or majority ownership of multiple other sports franchises. Jeannie Buss, who's been the face of the family's ownership since 2013, will continue in her role as Lakers governor. But this price tag, the $10 billion deal, is the largest sale ever of a professional sports team in the world. $10 billion. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is not interested in Russia getting involved in the Iran-Israel conflict.
He actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay?
At an event at the White House today, the president said he spoke with Vladimir Putin and signaled he's not supportive of the idea that Russia could mediate the negotiations.
I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
Trump has so far been unsuccessful at brokering a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Senator Ted Cruz is pushing back after a clip from his interview with Tucker Carlson went viral yesterday. The clip shows a conservative personality quizzing the Texas Republican about the population of Iran.
I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that?
Carlson went on to accuse Cruz of not knowing anything about Iran. Later, Cruz says Carlson released a snippet playing a gotcha on the population of Iran. Cruz says he declined to play that silly game. Carlson's original post of the clip has racked up more than 26 million views. The Senate is working through President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Iowa senior Republican Senator Chuck Grassley updates where it stands.
This week is opportunities for every member of the Senate to go through it, give reactions, maybe some possible changes, and then a week from now we'll be on the bill all week till we get it done.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune can afford to lose only 3 Republicans when the bill eventually goes to the Senate floor. Republicans are using a legislative procedure called reconciliation, which will get the bill passed with just a simple majority. House Speaker Mike Johnson has warned the Senate to limit any changes to the measure, citing the razor-thin margin the bill has in the Republican-controlled chamber. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A San Diego military contractor is pleading guilty to hiring illegals.
The U.S. Attorney's Office says 57-year-old John Washburn, the general manager of San Diego Powder and Protective Coatings in El Cajon, is pleading guilty to engaging in a pattern or practice of hiring undocumented immigrants without authorization to work. As part of the plea, Washburn admitted he knew at least 10 workers were undocumented and that 3 were living at the company warehouse where U.S. Navy submarine components were being stored. Federal complaint says Washburn knew of the immigration issues and only assigned legal employees to work on military bases where they'd be subject to additional screening, while the others stayed and worked at the warehouse. I'm Jack Cronin.
The curfew imposed on downtown L.A. is over for now.
Mayor Karen Bass lifted the curfew Tuesday, but said safety is her priority and said she would reinstitute it if necessary. Bass implemented the curfew back on June 10th in response to vandalism and looting that happened during protests over the Trump administration's immigration policies. I'm Mark Matthew.
Cheerios has announced that they are discontinuing 3 new flavors.
The popular breakfast cereal introduced several new flavors this year, but now Cheerios maker General Mills says it will stop making 3 of them. The 3 flavors are chocolate peanut butter Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios Minis, and Honey Nut Cheerios Medley Oat Crunch. Cheerios fans are being urged to grab up the remaining stock of those flavors while they're still on the shelves. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The test hook was the best hook in 2 nights of 4-wheel drive. The diesel truck's lone heat was won by a van. And the trophies for the preliminary Pro Stock rounds landed not far from Farley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third iteration of the Farley Nationals NTPA event was the first of its kind, separating its invitees into qualifying heats on Thursday and Friday, with every participant wrenching, driving, and hoping to make it to the Saturday night finals. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the Jason Rowan team from nearby in Farley brought 3 vehicles and placed 1 at the top of each prelim. On Thursday, it was the newly named No Limit John Deere 8370R, driven by Andrew Vorwald of Scotch Grove, Iowa, that claimed the checkers over fellow Farleyite Brandon Simon, who placed 2nd and 3rd with Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X. Then on Friday, Jason himself drove the construction yellow John Deere 5020, known as Industrial Force, to a 3.5-foot margin over past champion Mike Connie and Mac Nasty and Randy Bader's No Fear Deer. In 4.1 Pro Stock, the role of 2024 Region 3 Standard Bearer Dean Holiski continues. The former Super Semi champion from Waterville, Minnesota, won a round this winter at the National Farm Machinery Show and then bested Darren Raderman's Full Bore by 9/10 of an inch, Danny Barker's Rhapsody by 6 inches, and 22 other limited pros to park his Killin' Time in first on Friday. That came a night after Tyler Audette's Purebred Red from Bridport, Vermont, cleared James Geezy's Hicktown Hurricane and Bill Figgenbaum's Instigator plus 21 more. In 2-wheel drive, Scott Naring's Overload from Reedsburg, Wisconsin was the Session 1 champ with a 364-foot pass, about 16 inches better than Jason Sullivan's Cornburner, and 36 ahead of Tony Fleming's High Maintenance. In Session 2, a pair from the Lone Star State went 1-2, with Cole Zychek's Texas 2-step T-Bucket from Columbus a truck length better than Dustin Corliss' Whippet from Pat Spring. Tony's brother Chaz brought in 2 deep home 3rd after dropping 6 to regroup. In 4-wheel drive, if you weren't first, you were last, or at least not first. Rob Foster got the groove going on Thursday with his Simply Red Chevrolet out of Fairgrove, Michigan. He kept the hook and took home the night's top check over proximate contenders Ted Skelton's The Rock and Brian Britt's Animal House. Then on Friday, the same decision faced Taylor Corsa after she drove her tailor-made Ford out to 330 feet. The Blue Ridge Georgian trusted her effort and her machine, and it paid off. Lisa Peterson's Profab got the closest at 320, while Justin Grace's Just in Time was 3rd. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, there was only a Friday heat for 17 entrants, and the man they call the Godfather was a step ahead. Van Hazley's Rock Hard Ram from the Hazley Machine Shop in Fairmount, Indiana, a multiple winner on the Farley Dirt, knocked off Todd Dugan's Angry Shine and Eric Stacy's Smokin' Ya HD for the win. And in CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, the leaders of 2-3 tractor teams displayed the advantages of having several shots at the same track. In Session 1, Renee Theobald and her pre-wicket from Shelbyville, Indiana, sailed to 325 feet, a yard better than Adam Kester's Walk the Line and Jeff Hurt's B-Bear. But Kester went to school on that run and brought his beast of burden from Wadesville, Indiana for Session 2, set on kill. He ran up 12 feet on Renee's son Grant's Little Wicked and Tyler Slaw's guest drive on Dad Bruce's Show No Mercy. So, who claimed the $50,000 grand prizes on Saturday? You'll have to wait for next week's report to find out. But until then, there's some awesome Eastern Region action coming your way in Sykesville, Pennsylvania, and Fremont, Michigan on Saturday, June 21st, and in Greenfield, Indiana on Sunday the 22nd. Check out ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for information and classes to appear. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, underway, another hour as we roll into a Thursday. as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. I just forwarded a satellite photograph. I guess it was a radar photograph of the Starship explosion that occurred right about midnight Eastern there. And it was a static fire test. Yeah, I guess this thing must have been fully loaded with fuel, whatever, for the test. But it was actually visible on the radar. That's how big the explosion was. But as we get things underway for another hour, clear lines at 844-844-3388. So we left off there last. I had shared back-to-back stories about cargo theft. One, was the Nintendo $1 million+ theft, possibly an inside job. They never did use the name of the driver of the truck. And my guest, while I was sharing that story, said, Gerald said, why don't we ever hear the names of the cargo theft suspects? And I see that after I had gone through the next story about the big $1 $100 million jewelry heist. And I just kind of skipped over the names. I didn't think you'd be interested. He said, right on cue. Let's hear the scumbag foreign names. Well, how did you know? How did you know they were going to be for him? Yeah, the 7 named in the indictment, so I'll share them with you. 31-year-old Carlos Victor Cercado. 36-year-old Jaziel Padilla Resto. 41-year-old Pablo Raul Larioge. 60-year-old Victor Hugo Valencia Salazano. 33-year-old Jorge Enrique Alban. 42-year-old Jesson Nilan Persia Flores. 36-year-old Eduardo Macias Ibarra. The reason I skipped him because I figured I'd have a difficult time pronouncing them. I probably butchered them, but nonetheless, there you go. Yes, I don't think most of them were native born. I don't know. Could have been. They may have come over with parents and been born in the USA, but most likely not. All right, I mentioned this past morning on our Wednesday morning program where the president had made a post that Wednesday morning they were going to break ground at 7:30 a.m. They were going to be planting some big, beautiful flagpoles. And indeed, they did. And they are beautiful. The 2 big, beautiful flagpoles on the White House grounds that I guess they hoisted the flags at 11 a.m. this past morning. And the lefties are losing their minds? Yeah, what? Trump announced the installation Tuesday, saying the flagpoles were always missing from this magnificent place. After the 100-foot flagpoles were put in place, the left-wing media ripping the administration for changes to the White House grounds. The flag's not the only thing sparking outrage from the left, they say. The Daily Beast reported on the new flagpoles, calling them one of the latest monstrous changes Trump has made to the White House. The monstrous changes in question also include renovations to the Rose Garden to make it easier for women to walk on with high heels. They also characterized these patriotic flagpoles, which will fly the American flag and the POW MIA flag below, as tacky. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Trump spoke to reporters on the South Lawn during the installation when he was asked about deportation efforts being rolled out by the administration. In response, Trump turned to the workers and jokingly asked if any of them were illegally in the country. Yeah, we got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that, he said. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, mentally insane from insane asylums. Any illegal immigrants in there? As he kind of jokingly turned to the workers at the press conference. No? Well, if they were, they'll find out. Anyway, Mediate promptly reported on the incident, calling it a stunning moment, and accused the president of laughing as he threatened to destroy someone's whole life. Yeah, the reason he was laughing is because he was making a joke. They then accused Trump of taking a break from threatening Iran to oversee the installation of the flagpoles, suggesting the president putting foreign policy on the back burner. They failed to note that Trump actually took several questions related to the conflict during the press conference. Yeah. Despite this, Trump stuck to his big, beautiful flagpoles, encouraging future administrations to keep them up on the White House grounds as a magnificent display of patriotism. I think they're awesome. Yeah, and then, 100-foot flagpole. Yeah, these are big, beautiful American flags, which rightfully deserve to be flying over the White House. All right. Meanwhile, in the state of Tennessee, the Supreme Court upholding a Tennessee law banning sex changes for minors. This is a pretty big one. The High Court ruled 6-3 with liberal-leaning justices, surprise, dissenting, that Tennessee's Senate Bill 1 does not violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, contrary to the claims of the transgender activists who sued the state. This case carries with it the weight of fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in what is an evolving field. The voices in these debates raise sincere concerns. The implications for all are profound. The Equal Protection Clause does not resolve these disagreements, nor does it afford us license to decide them as we see best. Our role is not to judge the wisdom, fairness, or logic of the law before us, but only to ensure it does not violate the equal protection guarantee of the 14th Amendment, says Chief Justice John Roberts. Now, having concluded it does not, we leave questions regarding its policy to the people, their elected representatives, the Democrat process. The judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit is affirmed, he says. Yeah, the court ultimately rejecting claims brought by the transgender identifying minors, their parents, and a doctor that Tennessee law discriminates on the basis of sex. Instead, the court countered that the state's law bars sex change drugs and procedures for individuals based on their status as a minor, bars the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for the treatment of what they call gender dysphoria. Now, the court also found that Tennessee law meets the rational basis inquiry and noted where there exist plausible reasons for the relevant government action, an inquiry is at an end. Senate Bill 1 clearly meets this standard. Tennessee determined that administering puberty blockers or hormones to a minor to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence can lead to the minor becoming irreversibly sterile, having increased risk of disease and illness, suffering from adverse and sometimes fatal psychological consequences. They also found it was likely that not all harmful effects associated with these types of medical procedures, when performed on a minor, are actually fully known at this point, as many of these procedures, when performed on a minor, are experimental in nature, not supported by high-quality long-term medical studies. Tennessee, at the state level, determined minors don't have the maturity to fully understand and appreciate the life-altering consequences of these procedures, and many individuals have expressed regret for these procedures that were performed or administered to them for such purposes when they were minors. At the same time, they noted evidence that discordance between sex and gender can be resolved by less invasive approaches that are likely to result in better outcomes for the minor. In the state of Tennessee, so that is obviously a major precedent setter for states all around the country in this ongoing debate about sex change operations, kids, young people. You're giving drugs to a boy who's 6 years old who thinks he wants to be a girl, or vice versa. I think the Supreme Court made a brilliant, correct decision there this past day. All right, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, what else? What else in the mix here? Got an email from Vic. A link to an article. He said, although this is a lengthy article, it barely scratches the surface of U.S.-Israel relations and the United Nations security promises. By many accounts, the United States threatened to intervene against Israel if they went nuclear in 1967. Thus, the confusion about presidential powers. Is the nuclear treaty agreed to by U.S. being violated? It was never approved by the Senate. It's not a clear situation like Pearl Harbor. So you're seeing welcome aboard, Vic. So is this pretty much saying that was Israel threatening to go nuclear when was the Arab-Israeli war? Is that what that's saying?
Right. Israel agreed that they would never introduce nuclear
weapons into the Mideast, and they had made that promise to the United States. But remember, it was a lot of Jewish scientists, and 2 were actually spies, that developed our nuclear program. So they had the knowledge of doing that. So they assembled all the parts and pieces that they needed to create a nuclear bomb. Initially, they thought about just carrying it into a certain site to where it wouldn't create a lot of Israeli casualties, but would of the Arab armies, because 1967 was when Egypt still owned the Sinai Peninsula, and they assembled there and attacked across the Sinai Peninsula, and then Israel wound up taking the Sinai Peninsula back, and they've been arguing about that ever since. But the big thing was that the United States told them that if they went nuclear, if Israel went nuclear, that the United States would have to intervene. And that there's been a lot of rumors over the years and one thing and another, and I think most of the secrets about the 1967 war has now came out. But the simple fact was that I think Israel, I remember back at that time they were arguing about whether the United States should give certain weapons to Israel or shouldn't they. And when the United Nations created Israel, they gave them certain security guarantees, and the United States being a part of the United Nations, it's like, okay, so how far does that security guarantee involve the United States? So that was pretty much the whole thing. But the United States did not want Israel introducing nuclear weapons, and of course, it didn't take long for the Arabs to realize. Shoot, that's the name of that place. It started with a D, where Israel had their nuclear site, and it was very close to the Sinai Peninsula, and they were getting worried that the Arabs might overrun that, so they were going to do something to stop them before they could do that. That's a very abbreviated version, and that's never really been successfully negotiated, resolved, or anything else. And they're just, every time you turn around, there's people that keep wanting to try to push Israel off of what had been their actually traditional homelands, and Palestine, the Palestine Authority, they were given an opportunity to have their own state at the time, but they didn't want to do that. They tried to bring the Arab nations together to basically push Israel off into the sea, and that's where it all started from. And they've never been successful, and then Iran had always been our friend, and the Shah got deposed, and the Muslims, what you call it, mullahs and ayatollahs, and all the theocrats which run Iran, then when they took over, they wanted to eliminate Israel and the Jews, and of course, in a theocracy, all those religious leaders, they looked at all the money that the Shah had made, and they were hoping that they could make that same amount of money from oil and everything else. Whether they have or not, I couldn't say. But the most of those people, the theocrats, I'll say, the leaders, they're more motivated by money than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Now that's a good place to pause there, Vic, because we're up to the news break. Bottom of the hour, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is not interested in Russia getting involved in the Iran-Israel conflict. At an event at the White House today, the president said he spoke with Vladimir Putin and signaled he's not supportive of the idea that Russia could mediate the negotiations.
I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
Trump has so far been unsuccessful at brokering a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Senator Ted Cruz is pushing back after a clip from his interview with Tucker Carlson went viral yesterday. The clip shows a conservative personality quizzing the Texas Republican about the population of Iran.
I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that?
Carlson went on to accuse Cruz of not knowing anything about Iran. Carlson's original post of the clip has racked up more than 26 million views. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
code. The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
earlier, Plowboy mentioned the story. He said he found it from like Overdrive. And matter of fact, Breitbart News. Big news organization actually picked up that story about the individual with a CDL. Yeah, a CDL with no given name and the last name of Diamond. I don't know who the hell is. I don't know. It's Diamond. I thank you, Shorty, for forwarding that my way, and we'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. First, let me get back to Vic.
Oh, I tell you, the more they try to regulate, the worse they get. When I had to have a TSA security clearance, it said race unknown, and I asked them, I said, you think that might be important? Well, I don't know. So anyway, and you're talking about Spaghetti Junction. That's one of the 10 worst designed interchanges in the United States. They have so many off ramps and entrance ramps and everything else coming from all different directions. Then they built the new toll bridge there, and that threw more into it. So, I don't know how that accident happened or anything else, but it must not have given the Louisville Fire Department time to respond, because there used to be a couple of fire stations not far from there, and I'm sure they could have got something there to rescue that guy, but maybe they never got the call until it was already over with. But back to what I was talking about, the deal there with that Mideast thing.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't really looking at what all we have promised Israel or anything of that nature, and that goes into what's popularly known as black ops, or black operations, black budget, and all this other stuff. And there's a lot of things that have been, I guess you could say, pre-authorized, or like I think we still have that big base over there, I believe it's Saudi Arabia there, that they wouldn't let us use to attack another Muslim nation, but that was put over there specifically for any conflicts that might arise in the Mideast, so the aircraft out of that air base could be used, and we have other pre-position things. Philip was mentioning about the Cuban Missile Crisis, I think. Well, you remember the Bay of Pigs happened before that, and the CIA or somebody wasn't doing their work, was because the reason JFK wouldn't release the planes was because Castro's group had totally infiltrated the insurgency group. They knew where they had their whole battle plan. So it's like, okay, they know what beaches they're landing on, who's involved, and everything else. Do they know about the planes? Are they going to get blown out of the air? So that kind of emboldened Castro and putting the missiles in there. And then the big thing that a lot of people probably remember was the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. They're still not sure whether or not those two Navy destroyers were actually attacked, because there's a series of little islands off of the coast of North Vietnam, and we had special forces in there trying to disrupt the North Vietnam, moving supplies down to South Vietnam along the eastern coast of Vietnam. So there was a whole operation going on with that. It had been approved by the Senate, been approved by Johnson, and Johnson says, well, they were attacked. Our ships were attacked in international waters. Later, as it come out, it was a foggy night, and the two destroyers might have actually fired upon one another. But Johnson came out right off the bat and said, I've launched planes against Hanoi. And that kind of led to the whole deal with the Vietnam War. So there has to be kind of a choke on presidential powers. There are tapes about President Johnson. He just wanted to teach them that they couldn't attack American naval assets, and attacking naval assets of any nation in international war in international waters is what is known as a casus belli. That's a reason to go to war, and that's been around for centuries. So the thing of it is that whenever we look at the United States, and one of it is that whenever we what we aren't going to do, we have just made this situation murkier and murkier and murkier. And just real quick, the reason the intelligence agencies did not like General Flynn was when he was director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, they were having to send all their intelligence back to Washington, and then Washington was going to thumb over it and decide what to do. And he got that process reversed because he said by the time the agencies, the intelligence got from the field to Washington and then got back to the commanders as what to do, it wasn't valid anymore. And he got it reversed to where that they could use the intelligence directly in the field, and that made him a lot of enemies in the intelligence community. And again, going back to Vietnam, they would actually, before they would bomb all these different areas, they would tell village chiefs that there was going to be, like a carpet bombing run with the B-52s or whatever. Well, usually by the time the planes made the bombing run, there was nothing there to bomb. Everything had been moved or whatever. And that's just some of the silly rules of engagement we've gotten into. And I guess the long story short is there needs to be a little bit more refinement of exactly what we are going to, how we're going to war, and why we go to war, because today is a whole lot different, with the speed of war, hypersonic missiles. I mean, warfare has changed so much, and we're still dealing with real ancient rules, but there still needs to be civilian control over the military. And even the communist nations, the Communist Party chief actually holds a lot of control over the military, and the leader. They're not totally autonomous either. The communist situation, it's a kind of a dictatorship. It's not like the old pure dictatorships, like with Adolf Hitler, that was a pure dictatorship, and Mussolini and all this. So long story short is there does have to be some control, but it is kind of murky. And as we know, here in the United States, we have our war hawks, and then we in the Congress and everything else, and then we have others that they don't want to take any action. So, that's the two extremes. But from time to time, you just come into a situation, and Iran is just funding all of these different little guerrilla organization, terrorist organization. And the big thing is, and the cheapest, if we could figure out some way just to cut off all their money, and they don't have anything. And the other thing is with Iran, if they threaten the Straits of Hormuz and try to close down navigable water, same thing with China, the Straits of Taiwan, all of that is that is a cause for war. Whether or not people want to push it and take it up, that's a whole nother story. But there's a lot of stuff that's in the black budget that's kind of been pre-authorized that the American people don't even know about. And I know in Vietnam, a lot of the SEALs and the Green Beret, they had to send what they wanted to do, just a really minor plan, back to wherever their headquarters was, and then quite often people would go over that, and the SEALs finally quit sending theirs and got the authority to do it on their own, because they were getting attacked a lot on some of the others, and they had to have a native person with them, and some of the native people were actually working for the other side. Mm-hmm. So when you look into that whole black box thing, you talk about it, Pandora's box, or boxes, whatever you want to say. It's quite confusing, but they have gotten us into wars, and they've prevented some wars. That's about all I can say. But by and large, there does need to be a lot of modernization, and for the life of me, why anybody would really want, I wouldn't say, I could understand maybe they want to kind of put some limits on Trump, but why anybody would try to take the side of Palestine, which many of them are doing, that's just totally unacceptable. I think they need to be brought in and questioned why that is. And the gal there up in Minnesota from Somalia, she made some ridiculous statement today, or maybe it's before,
yesterday,
about how
this is the United States is becoming one of the worst countries in the world.
Yeah, it's like I guess she's forgotten she was rescued from a warlord country to where they were stealing food from people, and the NGOs and all that and that's what led to the whole Black Hawk Down thing. And something a lot of people don't realize was that the Black Hawk, the community, the military people that wanted to go, I forget what their mission was, they wanted to go back to rescue food from a warehouse or whatever it was, they requested cover from a Air Force C-130 Spectre gunship, and they were denied. And that's why the Black Hawks were there, and that's how they got shot down. So a lot of strange things happen in a war. It's not a good thing to get started, and it's pretty hard to stop. But the big thing is we know what Iran has threatened, and they've not only threatened Israel when they threatened to shut down the Straits of Hormuz, then that's going to be another international shipping lane, along with the Suez Canal. That is going to be shut down, and the Black Sea. So at some point, somebody's going to have to make a point that we're not, international shipping lanes can't be shut down just on a whim.
Yeah.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Vic. Have a great morning. So kind of like almost a little bit of a deja vu, or I-40. We mentioned in the first hour, we've got, again, a rock slide and flooding causing a portion of I-40 to be shut down near the North Carolina-Tennessee line. A little after 5 this past afternoon, Tennessee DOT reported that both directions near the Tennessee-North Carolina line are closed due to a rock slide just east of exit 451. About 6:30, geotechnical engineers responded to remove the barrier rail to allow stuck vehicles to turn around. DOT officials said I-40 on the North Carolina side is closed between exit 20 and the Tennessee state line. They initially reported that a lane was expected to reopen this afternoon, Thursday. That has since been removed. DOT officials later said once the water recedes, staff will be able to evaluate and assess the impacts to infrastructure there. Hopefully this will not be a lengthy shutdown like the previous, but kind of like taking another step back. You got to take the long way around. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, what's happening? I saw, I missed about the last hour of your show, but I thought we were told that, if Iran has these nuclear capability, isn't that an imminent threat? Isn't that why this whole thing is going on? Remember what we talked about last night? Yeah. We're not being lied to. Steve, our naval vessels have already been attacked in the high seas, like Vince was talking about, these proxies. Many of our ships have already been attacked with drones and or missiles. We got an agreement with Japan that we're supposed to keep a carrier group within 24 hours of striking distance to help Japan out. We pulled that carrier group out to send it over there. Steve, listen, I was talking to somebody today at work, and he brought something up. And remember how a couple of weeks ago I told you how we own space, outer space, right? I don't know if you heard these comments that Trump made a month or so ago, but he was talking about all these advanced weapons that we got. Interdimensional weapons, even, I think was the term he used. Anyway, this guy I was talking to, so we got the capability, even the bunker busters that we got that are launched by them B-2 bombers might not be capable of taking out them. He said, but we got a space weapon that will be launched from space that is able to take out anything. So I think that could be the ploy here. And man, I'm telling you, Steve, if the United States do anything, they hit these nuclear plants, and that is it. That is it, unless we're attacked or warships are attacked or something of that nature. Like Grump said the other night, you hit them and get out, not getting involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, we'll see what happens, but damn, I just lost my train of thought about something else. Yeah, if the United States starts bombing the hell out of them, Steve, I don't know, man. Somebody made the comment that Trump might want to use some of these advanced weapons that we got to show China and Russia some of our capabilities, that they are unmatched, so they better think twice about doing anything. I don't know. I don't know, Steve. I just don't know, man. If that could come back to bite us in the butt and backfire, and the whole damn Middle East just goes to crap,
Right.
I don't know, man.
Right. Because you don't know. I mean, because I think I mentioned last evening where, you got Pakistan out there saying that, that they'll come to the defense of Iran.
One thing about the Muslims, I think Grump touched on this a little bit. They might fight against each other, but if they think the big Satan comes after one, they might join hands and all join together and fight the great Satan. I don't know. That's part of the problem. You just don't know, man. Like when we went into Iraq, right? We were supposed to be liberators. That was supposed to be a piece of cake.
Mm-hmm.
Sure didn't turn out that way. Everything I've heard, the Iranian people want this change. They were being held down, like Grump was saying. So we're told is all I'm afraid to believe anything anymore, Steve. That's how crazy it is, man. So let's see what happens, man. All we can do is take it day by day. I think if anything's going to happen, it's probably either that or Trump is really putting the pressure on him to come back to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, if we're not at war, when Trump comes out and says, hey, we want an unconditional surrender, that sounds like we're at war to me, man. You don't ask another country for an unconditional surrender. Oh. I don't know, brother. All right. I'm heading to the home 20, brother.
All right, here in a few minutes, it'll be quitting time here on a Thursday morning. At some point this past day, the supreme leader, Iran's supreme leader, delivered an address to the nation. Key points from that address in regards to President Trump's threats to Iran. Anyone who knows Iranian history knows Iran does not answer kindly to those types of threats. According to the supreme leader, Israel has committed a grave mistake and will be punished. Iran will not ignore attacks on its territory. Iran will deliver serious consequences to the United States if it joins in the fight. Iran will not accept an imposed peace. They will not surrender. They will fight to the end. And notice has been given, war will be met with war, bombing with bombing, strike with strike. AKA the Supreme Leader. All right, a couple minutes before news break. Got a full hour yet to come, of course, so plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Recent cargo theft. $1.6 million in stolen electronics has revealed red flags in California's vetting process for non-citizens with a commercial driver's license. Authorities in a recent cargo theft bus recovering more than $1.6 million in stolen electronics recovered from a tractor-trailer owned by someone whose CDL stated their first name was no name given, and their last name was Diamond. Load had been stolen from the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Grapevine. It was discovered by Overhaul's Law Enforcement Connect when the load went past their Childress, Texas destination, through New Mexico, into Arizona, and eventually coordinated with Arizona Highway Patrol to set up on I-40. When authorities finally stopped the tractor-trailer near Flagstaff, Overhaul reported that 3 subjects were in the tractor, 2 of whom were identified as drivers, and all of whom were arrested, 2 of which were in the country illegally. California DMV spokesperson defended the driver having a CDL, saying it aligns with the law and stems from cases whereby individuals such as from Afghanistan have only one name, according to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. California law requires a customer applying for a driver's license or an ID card to present an identity document such as a birth certificate or a passport that includes their true full name. Again, according to a DMV spokesperson, the DMV will enter the customer's name as indicated on the identity document. If no name given is listed in the first name field on the document, they will enter no name given as the first name. This is the same for all types of driver's licenses and IDs issued by the DMV. Now, California issues limited-term CDLs to non-citizens without tracking citizenship status, which kind of goes against federal laws that mandate proof of legal presence for a CDL applicant.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are multiple reports that the White House is considering an offensive strike against the nation of Iran.
The reports come after President Trump said he wanted an unconditional surrender from Iran. There's growing speculation whether the U.S. will enter the conflict offensively on behalf of Israel and take out Iran's remaining underground nuclear facilities. Israel has dealt a significant blow to Iran's nuclear program, but lacks the technology to reach those sites buried beneath layers of mountain. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are looking to limit the U.S. involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict.
Democratic Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation that aims to limit President Trump's war powers. It would keep the president from being able to use military force in Iran without congressional approval. Meanwhile, Republican Congressman Thomas Massie introduced his Iran war powers resolution. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The State Department is warning Americans about travel to Europe as anti-tourism activists have taken to the streets.
Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home! Tourists, go home!
Travelers are being urged to exercise caution with demonstrations heating up in Spain. Locals marched through the capital recently and used water guns on tourists. They're angry about what they see as over-tourism and the sharp rise of the local cost of living. The U.S. Embassy in Spain notes there are additional protests related to the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Brian Shook.
A federal judge says the government cannot enforce President Trump's order that Americans have to put their birth gender on passports.
The judge ruled that anyone who applies for a new passport can choose the gender they identify with or select X on the application form. The decision comes after a lawsuit filed by a group of transgender and non-binary plaintiffs along with the ACLU. The judge said that the government failed to give a rationale for the policy. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Criminal charges against New York City Comptroller Brad Lander are being dropped after he was arrested at immigration court yesterday.
Lander was detained by ICE while escorting a migrant out of immigration court, with Homeland Security officials alleging Lander assaulted ICE officers, which he denies. New Yorkers weighing in on whether or not it's a publicity stunt.
That's the first thing I thought, but then I heard that he's been doing it.
I think it's political.
At the same time, he gets released in, I heard 3 hours, something like that. So, everything is fishy.
Lander is among several candidates vying to be New York City's next mayor, with the Department of Homeland Security saying it's wrong for politicians seeking higher office to undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The NYPD is identifying the suspect who allegedly torched 11 police cars in Brooklyn last week.
They're looking for 20-year-old Jackie Lodgson McCrae and have released video of him in connection with an arson last Thursday, 2 blocks from a Bushwick police station. The NYPD says Lodgson McCrae scaled built a gate to get to the cop cars in a parking lot near Central and DeKalb Avenues, covering the vehicles with fire starters. They're asking the public for help in finding him, saying he was wearing a gray sweater, green pants, and a blue face mask. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with little change to stocks.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 44 points. The S&P 500 lost 1 point. The Nasdaq gained 25 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. Get that final hour underway. Yeah, welcome back, Philip. What's going on?
Well, I had a chance to see that footage you were talking about there, Steve, and that was quite a little bit of an explosion there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. NASA spaceflight, they the guys that I look at their stuff on YouTube, and it really shocked them. And they did replays back on it, and it looks like it started from a nose cone. Now, if you paid attention to these launches along the way, before they got into the booster testing, when they were doing their ship testing years ago, they had a problem with the header tanks. Now, those are the tanks that are up at the nose cone. And those supply extra. They're kind of like an auxiliary tank that they hold fuel in.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they fuel those tanks. They have a transfer tube that goes up the center of the ship to those tanks, and they hold that extra fuel in there. Well, this ship was only supposed to be a partial full, so it was not a full. That what you saw in that explosion was not the full fuel payload blowing up.
Wow.
Yeah, that was only just partial. That was just, and that just goes to show you how big this propellant can be when it explodes. But they back-framed the video and got it back to the point where you could see it exploding from the top of the ship and going down. And then that's where you see the big fireball that's so bright that it outfocused the camera, and it just it looked like you were looking at the sun. So that's what I've seen, and I just looked at the footage here. I was going back through it, and while I had some time here at work, I thought I'd call in and mention it. But that was a heck of an explosion, and don't worry, nobody got hurt because they treat that just like a launch. Probably the closest person to that thing was probably about 2 miles away, mile to 2 miles away from it. So
how much?
I think everybody's going to be.
How much devastation does that do? I mean, did you say they're not like on an actual launch site? I mean, because that had to devastate everything around that launch pad.
Well, that pad is not a launch pad. It's a test frame.
Uh-huh.
It's a test area. It's called Massey's.
It's a separate test area that they've made just for testing the ships. It has its own fire trench and everything. It has it's set up like a launch pad, but nothing launches from there. They just use it for testing the ships. Static fire. They're testing engines there. They're testing ships there. And the thing that's a major setback is this is a major test area that they just added on. They've added this on within the last couple of years. And it is a major test area that they can utilize without having to go to the pad. Now, from now on, they're probably going to have to test out at the pad with this until they get this area built back up. I mean, it looked like to me it took out the fuel farm the whole bit, because they have a secondary fuel farm there that supplies all the fuel for the ships out there. So this is basically like a carbon copy of the area that's around the pad in a test area. And that was why that area was established. Now they're back at step one with that. And this is a lot of the stuff that we seen during the ship testing back in the days before they started using the boosters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what I just seen was what we saw back in like test number 9, number 8, number 10 was a big one. You know, those big explosions when they would bring the ship back and it would explode before it landed. This is something on that lines. This is actually bigger than that. Those folks out there in Cameron County, they felt the ground rumbling pretty good. I mean, this was a big deal, and it's a major setback for SpaceX.
Wow.
It's not something to be taken lightly, and especially when you've had 2 ship failures in the last 2 launches.
Yes.
And they went to a redesign on this Starship with the way the plug is on it to go into the engines. They've changed all that. They've redesigned all that, and I don't know if it's for the good. I kind of wish they'd left it alone, if so to speak, because when they were having the ship testing, they figured this out. Well, now this gremlin has come back on them again. You know, plumbing issues have been a lot with SpaceX here lately. I mean, even with the regular Falcon 9 rockets, they've had issues with the plumbing. You know, we've had liquid oxygen problems with the Falcon 9s here lately that have sidelined a couple of launches. So I think we need to figure out what's going on with everything. And they were bringing it up to pressure. That was what they were in the process of doing. They were pressurizing the system, bringing it up to get the fuel in, get everything pressurized, because everything is pressurized in this deal. So, but that's all I got, buddy. I appreciate your time and having me on in the loneliest hour.
Absolutely.
Y'all have a good day. Thanks
for checking in. Yes, that was kind of that's a breaking story. Which occurred about 12:01 a.m. this morning, just over 4 hours ago. So big setback for SpaceX again. Looks like the colors of some of our snacks and breakfast cereals may be changing. 2 major food producers say they are pulling the plug on the artificial dyes starting, well, it's not going to be tomorrow, in 2027. Takes that long? Yeah, this nearly 2 months after the health officials say they would urge food makers to phase out petroleum-based artificial colors. Kraft Heinz announcing Tuesday they will be removing artificial dyes from their products beginning in 2027 and will no longer roll out new products with dyes. A matter of hours later, General Mills announced that they plan to remove artificial dyes from all their U.S. cereals and all foods that are served in K through 12 schools by the summer of next year, also looking to eliminate the dyes from their full U.S. retail portfolio by the end of 27. Kraft Heinz said that almost 90% of their U.S. products already don't contain food, drug, and cosmetic colors, but that the products that still do will have them removed by the end of 27. Yeah, FD&C colors are synthetic additives approved by the Food and Drug Administration for use in food, drugs, and cosmetics. All right, let's see. Kraft Heinz said many of the U.S. products that still use the FD&C colors are in their beverage and desserts categories. including certain products sold under brands including Crystal Light, Kool-Aid, Jell-O, and Jet Puffed. They said they're going to transition to use natural colors. Kraft Heinz stripped artificial colors, flavors, and preservatives from their macaroni and cheese back in 2016 and said they've never used artificial dyes in their ketchup. Planning to work with licensees of their brands to encourage them to remove the dyes. Now, as far as General Mills, they said that this change will only impact really a small portion of their K through 12 school business, as almost all their school items are already made without artificial dyes. Plus, 85% of their U.S. foods that are sold retail are already made without dyes. Rolling up on 15 past the hour. Let me see. The blind man joins us here on a Thursday. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I got a question. Has ICE arrested any of these mayors and governors of the blue state that constantly are harboring these illegal aliens?
To date, not that I know of. The only one that I've seen that was actually charged was that judge up there in, was it Minnesota or Wisconsin? Wisconsin, yeah. That's. And I'm not sure what kind of. I don't know what her sentence is going to be, if anything, anyway.
And also that congresswoman that lied about getting into the country.
Mm-hmm.
I like to send her butt back to wherever she came from, since she hates the United States so much. Maybe she'd like her home country a lot better. Can't remember her name, but she's a congresswoman from Minnesota. You know what I'm talking about?
Probably Omar. Elon Omar.
Yeah. And when the word squad came out, I said it stood for Socialist Queens Unmasking All Democrats.
That's a good moniker. There you go.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I have to say for today. I'm just going to take it easy and listen to the ball game later on, where the Nats have lost, I think, 11 in a row now. They're gonna have to have a major shake-up. I mean, I would, if I were the owners, I would clean house. You know, start from scratch, because they're setting up youngsters now, and they're making mistakes running the bases and committing errors, stuff like that. And Colorado Rockies, one of the worst teams in baseball when it comes to win-loss, and they've cleaned the Nats clock Monday, Tuesday, and last night. There's going to be a day game this afternoon. I don't expect the Nats to win the way they're playing now.
All right. Well, good luck there. I hope they can get things turned around there, blind man. But good to hear from you. It is 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, there you go. Back at it. And good morning to the Panty Snatcher. How you been?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How's it going today?
I'm doing all right. Long time no talk, brother.
Yeah, I'm usually in bed by this time. Depends on what coast I'm on.
Yeah.
What side of the United States I'm at. But right now I'm out in California, so it's not too late.
Gotcha.
But hey, got a quick comment regarding the that cargo theft that happened out here in Lebec a few years ago with the jewelry.
The jewelry, yeah, $100 million.
Yeah, $100 million. Okay, they came from the Bay Area up around Sacramento, San Francisco area, and they're going down to L.A. That can be made, 8-9 hours with one driver. They had 2 people on that truck. Whether it was a team, I don't know. Maybe they could have had a guard, riding with the driver. But they said, I remember when it came out, they said that when the driver stopped to take a break, he stopped to take a break at the Flying J there. And his partner was sleeping. Well, if you got $100 million on your trailer, you're going to do everything you can to protect it. You're going to wake up your partner and let him keep guard for a while. Or you can also park at the fuel island. Now, it was late at night.
Mm-hmm.
Exact time I don't know, but it was late at night. So park in the fuel island where it's well lit. And so I personally think it was an inside job. Now I know the article said that there was like 7 people that were arrested, but I kind of have a feeling that there might be a few more arrests coming, unless a couple of those people were the drivers.
Well, with that kind of a value load, my question is, I guess they're contracted to Brinks, but surely they're going to have it. You should have incredible cargo securement and locked door. How are they able to get into the truck to begin with is my question.
Right. And this jewelry wasn't just put in boxes and put on pallets and put shrink wrap around it. They had to have them in some kind of security boxes and stuff like this. So, and if you're sleeping, if you're in the truck, you can feel somebody in there walking around. That trailer is going to bounce a little bit, and you're going to feel it. Because I remember when I was driving, and you'd be at a dock, you could feel the people in there walking around. I mean, not just with a forklift or anything like that, but you can feel somebody in there walking around. So you're going to feel it bouncing around. Why this didn't wake somebody up, I don't know, but I personally think it was an inside job, and the drivers had something to do with it. That's just my opinion.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know, it's the same thing with the one that happened in with those games in Colorado. I also think that that was probably an inside job also.
Yeah, because they hadn't even. I think those Switch 2 were on their way to the distribution center because they were just about to be released. I think in a couple days later. So yeah, that was 2,800 game systems valued at $499 a pop. All right, 24 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave, got you coming up here. Hang on, we'll get you out of the break there. Yeah, we've had no shortage of discussion about driver-facing cameras in your trucks. Yeah, some hate them. Some refuse to drive a truck with them. Yeah, others have no problem with them. Truck drivers at an Illinois trucking company indeed can move forward with a lawsuit. Yeah, they claim that the driver-facing cameras break that state's biometric laws. Judge Shaw of the Northern District of Illinois Federal Court denied HMD Trucking's request to dismiss the lawsuit. The drivers argue that the driver-facing cameras violate BIPA, Biometric Information Privacy Act. BIPA requires Illinois companies to have a written policy if they collect biometric identifiers or biometric information. This policy must detail how long the data will be kept, how it will be destroyed. A biometric identifier includes retina scans, fingerprints, voice prints, scans of hand or face geometry. Yeah. Companies must inform individuals in writing about the data collection process, what the purpose and the duration is. They must also get written consent from the individual. So HMD Trucking uses, like many others have been continuing to do and more, driver-facing cameras to monitor the drivers. By linking facial geometry to specific drivers, the company can track performance and ensure compliance while on duty. Now, the truck drivers claim they were never informed in writing about the collection of their biometric data. They said they also did not give any written consent. HMD Trucking argues that the Federal Aviation Administration Authorization Act overrides the BIPA claims. Company states that even if it doesn't, facial scans of drivers are not protected under BIPA. The FAA Act, the F4A, takes precedence over any state law related to the price, route, or service of motor carriers. HMD Trucking says BIPA would prevent it from improving customer service or public safety if the drivers refuse to consent to monitoring. The company also claims that requiring permission or removing cameras from non-consenting drivers would create financial burdens that would ultimately be passed on to the consumers. The judge disagreed. In his ruling, he noted that HMD Trucking did not explain how having a public policy would impact prices or services. It was also unclear how informed consent requirements would affect safety or service. Aside from possibly removing cameras, BIPA does not require this. It's also not enough to merely gesture to the potential effects of enforcing state law on prices or services. The effect must be significant as well. The judge states in the order, at this stage, there's insufficient evidence in the record to find preemption as a matter of law, so this case will be moving forward in the state of Illinois. I know here a week or two ago I had a story. There's one of the driver-facing cameras that have come out with a feature using GPS where those cameras are off anytime a driver's rolling through the state of Illinois just for that particular reason.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is not interested in Russia getting involved in the Iran-Israel conflict. At an event at the White House today, the president said he spoke with Vladimir Putin and signaled he's not supportive of the idea that Russia could mediate the negotiations.
I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
Trump has so far been unsuccessful at brokering a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Senator Ted Cruz is pushing back after a clip from his interview with Tucker Carlson went viral yesterday. The clip shows a conservative personality quizzing the Texas Republican about the population of Iran.
I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that?
Carlson went on to accuse Cruz of not knowing anything about Iran. Carlson's original post of the clip has racked up more than 26 million views. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I promised we'd get to Senior Heatwave out of the news break there, so let's do that. First things first, are you taking your own name in vain right about now? I saw it was like 117 in Phoenix yesterday. Are you hot?
Oh, was it? I was in the sleeper. I was sleeping sound.
Oh.
I even have a sleeping bag in the back. I mean, I was comfortable. Oh, Lordy. Well, good morning, senor. Yeah, have you talked to Plowboy lately?
Yeah, he checked in. He called in earlier this morning.
Was he talking about you getting a bunch of plywood to build a roller rink there?
No, I didn't mention anything about that, no.
Oh, yeah. I guess all the women that's going to be wrestling the drivers, like inbred redneck and right wing nut and oh hell. If I could get my mind in gear, I'd be all right. Charlie Farquharson impersonator and a few others. I guess you're going to have to get at least something that's a little thicker than an inch. You're going to have to get at least 2-inch plywood plates to hold that kind of weight up during the wrestling and the roller skating, and then, they were talking about using that wood to go ahead and add that to the bonfire, and I think Gilligan was talking about getting a chainsaw to cut down that tree at the end of the street, and I says, well, hell, it'd be green. And he says, well, yeah, but we could use diesel to fire it up. I'm like, yeah, that'll work, So, but, just ideas and whatnot. So, well, something went boom earlier this morning, I hear. I heard Philip talking about it.
Yeah, SpaceX was doing a Starship, what do they call a test fire, a static fire test. They're at their base there in Texas, and it went kaboom.
Ooh. Aha. Well, I know there's a lot of things on these ships, engines and whatnot, that are at a high stress level, especially with the shaking and vibrations going on and whatnot. But, with the way Elon has been attacked, not physically, but I mean, his companies in the cars, kind of makes you wonder if there's a little bit of inside sabotage going on. Now, that may be far-fetched, and that might be, conspiracy thinking, but, with the way things are going, it could have happened. So, I don't know. I mean, it's just me. One thing that was brought up yesterday that I was listening to was, they're talking about how great these attacks were by the Ukrainians on Russia, where Russia didn't even know they were in their country, and Iran with Israel, Mossad being there in their backyard, literally. Who's to say that ain't happening here? I mean, how many Chinese got in that were male, military age? They just can't leave China to come here. It's unheard of. You don't leave China without express government consent. That's what I understand. So who's to say we don't have sleeper cells over here or even just people waiting for the right moment to push a button, and then we have our own little fiasco over here.
I don't think there's any question.
And with the,
there's no question. I mean, because we had people coming from every damn nation in the world. So there's Iranians, there's Iraqis, there's Afghanis, there's Pakistanis, there's Chinese, you name it. They're all here.
Yep. So, I mean, we may be, giving kudos to the Ukrainians and Israelis, but then again, we need to turn around and start looking in our own backyard for that kind of stuff, too. And don't forget about the judge here in Las Cruces, New Mexico, that was busted for having an MS-13 gangbanger living at his residence and doing work at his place. Now, I don't know what has happened with him as far as the judge is concerned. I'm sure the illegal alien, and I ain't going to call them illegal immigrants because they are aliens. I don't know what his status is, but I have no idea what they're doing to the judge. I know they've had some stories on him recently, but nothing that I could really tell you what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, if they're gonna, these leftist lunatics, Democrats, if they want their viral moment, then they actually need to be arrested, charged, and punished, given punishment. I mean, if they're going to have to spend time in jail for their illegal acts, putting hands on ICE officers, tell one you can't arrest me, I'm an American citizen or whatnot. Jeez, that just doesn't fly. You're going to have to put some little bit more bite into these people and let them know, hey, these are lawful acts. We have the right. And then, of course, last year when they were pushing all these judges to come through, for Biden and his group, well, hell, they knew what they were doing. They were prepping themselves for Trump's return. And what can anyone micromanage a government? The president has to have leeway to make decisions on behalf of the people. You may not agree with them. I damn sure didn't agree with Biden if it was actually Biden making these decisions. But it's not like we had a whole lot of choice. We had to wait till the next election. Of course, Democrats took care of that for us, but still. I mean, you live with what you got. Yeah, and, I never, ever wished anything bad to come to the opposition. But, I mean, you damn sure heard it from them saying, getting these people faces,
right.
Tell them they ain't welcome. Push them out of the way. And so, if anybody's fomenting a civil war, well, that's a big word for a truck driver, ain't it?
Fomenting.
Well, like I said, it's a big word for a truck driver, ain't it? The Democrats are doing pretty good on their own. So, and I'm sure they're going to say that this guy that was up there that killed the politicians in Minnesota was a MAGA redhead wearing Republican. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, when you have that kind of rhetoric from the left, I mean, I'm sure there are some unstable folks all around there thinking, if I can just do this, we'll get even. I mean, and it's not right to think that way, but the mentally unstable will think that. Oh, Lordy. Well, you think, it seems like with the president having the Limited War Powers Act, I think that's what he has. I could be wrong, and Grump could probably correct me on that one, but wouldn't Trump be able to go ahead and have a couple of bombs dropped in a strategic area that they're looking at bombing there in Iraq, being considered a definite hostile intent for enriching that uranium and whatnot?
We had quite the debate over
seems
that
like-
here earlier this morning. Lot of questions. Is it a declaration of war? Is it just what is it going to be referred to?
Well, I mean, Clinton did that back in the day when he sent a boatload of cruise missiles in, what was it, Afghanistan at the time? I know he sent cruise missiles over, and they bombed the living out of the country that they hit. And good night, people were screaming, hollering, and fussing and cussing about that. But it's not like we sent boots on the ground to go in. And I'm thinking, if he was allowed to do that, then going over and taking out a potential threat to the rest of the world. I mean, I don't want to see an orange mushroom coming up in the middle of the damn night, but I mean, we're surely going there pretty quick, and if we can't stop it, or at least push it back a couple of decades or generations, and I don't know. At the end of the day, when stuff like this happens, who's going to get the finger pointed at them and being said, you're the blame for it? Of course, I think by that time it'll be too late to think about, because we're all going to be dead or dying. That's scary times that we're living in.
Yes, it is. Well, I mean, based on the latest coming out of D.C. and the movements that are taking place, kind of shutting things down at the embassy there in Israel. My gut tells me we will be engaging via the bunker buster bombs here, but we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. I got Eskimo Mom update on the power situation. Lights came back on at like 4:15 this morning. So their forecast of power should be back by 4:30 a.m. was pretty darn close. So she's happy. No more bah humbug. Hello to the three fat truckers. Good morning, Steve. All your listeners out there. Hey, let's see. Fred said the driver-facing cameras. It's cheap to remove them. Yeah, hammers are cheap. How simple is that? All right, good to have Kevin on board. There's Billy. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Good to have you checking in. So he was in Phoenix yesterday, and he had no idea it was 117 degrees. Yes. In Phoenix, extreme heat warnings have now been extended till the end of the week. The warning that started Saturday and was set to expire Monday night will now remain active through Friday night, according to the National Weather Service. Now, the extreme heat warning is limited to the Metro Phoenix Tuesday, when temperatures were above 110 for the fourth consecutive days. But the impacted area is kind of growing as the week progresses. It'll be expanding out to more like the rest of Maricopa County today, Northwest Pinal, and even in the high terrains of Gila County. That'd be Gila County. Today is expected to be the hottest day of the year so far in Phoenix. A forecast high of 116. The Valley forecast calls for daily highs of at least 110 until the weekend. We look to start to cool off Saturday, starting to trend back toward more normal temperatures. Of course, this time of year, normal high would be about 106 in Phoenix. Now, apparently, people are trying to venture out and hike some of these trails. It's not a smart thing to do. The hiking trails, many of which are being closed due to the extreme heat. Hiking trails are restricted from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on extreme heat warning days. Camelback Mountain, the Echo Canyon Trail, the Phoenix Mountains Preserve, Piastawa Peak Summit Trail and associated trails, South Mountain Park, Holbert Trail, Mormon Trail. They've got several others. Yeah, the South Mountain Trails were added to the city's restricted list this year. Yeah, in another heat-related alteration, the National Weather Service changed their advisory terminology, switching from excessive to extreme for warnings and watches. But the intention is pretty much the same as it was in the past. Yeah, an extreme heat watch means the National Weather Service believes dangerous heat is possible. Extreme heat warnings when dangerous heat is happening or imminent. So it's just a change in terminology. All right. 844-844-3388. Scrap Guard got you coming up.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, hello to Roy. They're in Northwest Illinois. It said, I see where the President Trump has kind of changed his tune about throwing agriculture and hospitality workers out of the country. Yeah, they had implemented a pause in that, and that has been lifted now. Yeah, they had a brief pause. Like you said, farms, hotels, restaurants. As far as ICE raiding those facilities, that's been lifted. Kind of coincides with the raid that took place, I guess, yesterday in Louisiana. No, there might not be anybody left to work at the racetrack there. Yeah, because they detained more than 80 illegal migrants. ICE agents, along with state and local authorities, conducted a raid on Tuesday. It was Tuesday morning at the Delta Downs racetrack in Vinton, Louisiana, nabbing more than 80 backstretch workers. Federal agents and law enforcement reportedly arrived sometime in the middle of the morning, at which point they blocked off all the access points to the racetrack and started detaining illegal migrant workers. Yeah, some of them criminal migrants with at least 4 previous border crossings. So they would all be felons. First time in, misdemeanor. Second time in, felony. And all right, Scrapyard, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Just about made it back to the yard. Was able to skirt around some of the storms and all that. on those driver-facing cameras, that those things don't like laser light. What you can do is just get you a cheap laser pointer and shut the power off to the truck, like your disconnect switch on some models, after you park it, and just wait about 10 minutes so everything kind of bleeds down. And you just shine a laser pointer in that thing. Well, it fries that tiny little wafer camera receiver that's in there. And you just tell them, I don't know what the hell happened. It just gave out. And, because it's kind of, in my company, it's kind of caused a bit of a stir, especially when it's not calibrated properly. And you're just trying to get a drink out of your big trucker mug with a long straw, and it starts hollering distracting, which I've had a lot of problems with it late. And I made my opinion quite well heard, and that's why more than likely they don't like me very much right now. But plus, too, those cameras, a lot of things that people don't understand about them as well are the infrared emitters on those cameras. They're not eye safe. At that short distance, repeated exposure, the American Eye Institute has already issued a warning saying that these cameras are not safe of firing infrared right back into our eyes. That the damage that is done by those emitters is not repairable.
Wow.
That's why a lot of drivers I know of, and some of ours, we got a serious reprimand. We can't cover the cameras up. The driver-facing cameras, a lot of us expressed our concerns over eye safety, and we're basically blown off. And it's like, but when it comes to the camera looking at you, that's how these thieves are able to break into places at night. They'll sneak around, find out where the cameras are, and they just show up with a laser pointer and just shine it right at the camera. It fries them. It knocks them out and fries that little wafer chip in there by applying too much power to it. And it'd be basically like taking a pair of binoculars and staring at the sun. It'll burn them right out.
Very interesting. So you're going to be the guy that you say, hey, scrapyard, we've replaced 4 damn cameras in your truck, and ain't nobody else having trouble. What is the deal?
No, maybe it's not just my radiance. I'm not sure. But boy, that was a hell of a mess on that gum squalling CB radio. There's a lot of interference tonight for some reason on Channel 19, and at least down here in Arkansas. That was a hell of a mess on that Starship static fire test that went on. And here's something quite interesting. I slowed the footage down and zoomed in on it.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, something flew into it up toward the top of the ship. On the right-hand side, if you look at the footage, zoom in real close, and run the highest resolution settings that you got on your device for a better quality, and I'm not sure, but it looked like something flew into it.
Okay, interesting. I'll have to. Yeah, I've only seen one video, and it was just a very, very brief clip that just kind of showed the major explosion, not the before and after kind of thing. So, well, I'll do some.
Yeah, they do have some high. So they do have. I forgot what the channel is. It's on YouTube. They do have some high definition feeds that are like 4K Ultra. So that you look around, you could probably locate such channels and feeds. But I was looking at it and I backed it up. I said, "Wait a minute! I thought I saw something." I looked at it and I believe I did.
I'll have to do some searches.
I may be wrong and all, but it's
that's something worth looking into. I mean, hell, it only happened 5 hours ago, so. Yeah, I'm sure SpaceX wants to know what happened, too. Yeah, we had an anomaly. All right. Astoundingly, it is time to call it a day. So we'll close out a Thursday. Guess what? When we come back at the midnight hour, it'll be a casual Friday. Hope you can join us then.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,